1, and we are live as of right now.
Okay.
I forgot which one it is to go full screen. Do you know how to? Wait, oh yeah, full screen. Okay, here we go. Now we got it. Okay, so welcome everybody that's gonna come in a few minutes. I am Nate, and I am joined by my machine tech teacher of last year, Mr. Blackburn. You guys have heard me talk about him on stream before. I'm sure you have. And this dude is he really knows his stuff, and that's why I like talking to him. And you guys will find out why I like talking to him too. But until people start asking questions, I think to address the elephant in the room, Donald Trump got shot. Was it last night? It was Saturday. The last night,
Yeah.
and but it wasn't really shot. He got it went by his ear. What do you have to? What is your opinion about that?
Wow. So there, there are a number of uh, things floating around. I heard even a number of stories yesterday, which I knew there would be. Um, so we are very fortunate that uh, that he was not killed
Oh yeah.
during that event. Um, so I do not deny the divine providence, you may say, and maybe even divine protection. I believe in that situation where I do believe it's a real possibility. I do believe that God intervenes in the actions of men and in the course of history. So, uh, but I do hesitate to uh, to go as far as some folks.
Oh yeah.
So let me give you a conspiracy theory ish
First one of the night, boys.
kind of a thing here. Matter of fact, I'm going to go over here and look this up. It's been a while since I noticed this thing. Let's see. I'm actually googling this thing. Um, let's see. Uh, I would have to do a little more research on it, but it goes kind of like this. So I was exposed to this thing probably a year and a half or so into Trump's first presidency, and there the story goes similar to this, and it is available if you dig deep enough. There was like a grandfather or something of Trump's uh, that was instrumental in a great religious awakening, I believe, in Wales.
Okay.
And I I'm pretty sure the thing goes that Trump has that Bible, and there are folks who have seen that Bible. And in that Bible, his granddad, great granddad, however that works out, had mentioned that he believed that his family would be involved in some great religious awakening. And there are some people who take that and then apply it to him becoming president. And, you know, uh, you probably don't know it. I am fairly acquainted at a great distance away with the idea that uh, Trump is very deeply, well, he is somewhat deeply rooted in the religious group that I ascribe to and am a part of called Independent Baptists. Uh, his brother, who passed away about 2 years ago, maybe a year ago, between 1 and 2 years ago, there was a guy who pastors a church in Knoxville that was very, very deeply entwined and actually conducted Donald Trump's funeral. I've met this guy. He is now dead, by the way. He passed away about 2 months ago. Um, but many of the folks that are in that religious circle, they ascribe to this idea that there was a prophecy, not necessarily a biblical prophecy, but there was a kind of a prophecy that went before Trump, and that he is a kind of a fulfillment of that. So that is an interesting little tidbit that you could look up and do some research on. I'm sure you'd enjoy reading the stuff about that. I did kind of enjoy reading it,
Yeah.
but I don't necessarily ascribe to those things. The only prophecies I really ascribe to are the ones that are very clearly spelled out in the scriptures themselves.
So, with that, the thing that I saw is I wasn't even watching the news. It wasn't until I got home that I looked, and no, we went out to the Blue Moose restaurant because we were in Pigeon Forge, and
Yep.
the booths have these TVs on the walls, um, and someone over there was watching Fox News, and it said like Trump shot and like hit the deck, and it showed all the Secret Security members. So I was like, what is going on? And then after all that, I get back later to the house, and he's fine. You know the image where he's going like this, fight, and I've looked this morning, and apparently there was a video that they had like um, snipers on the roof, like before that happened, and they now identified the dude that did it. But I see a lot of people saying it was staged, like both ways, like the Republicans staged it and the Democrats staged it. I don't know how, because I didn't even know what he got shot with. I didn't know if it was like a BB gun, because it didn't go through his ear, like it just grazed the top of it. And obviously he wasn't hurt like that bad. He was able to stand and stuff. He walked off the stage better than Joe Biden does, like regularly, after being shot. And
Yeah.
I didn't know. And has it came out that it was with a bullet, or
Yeah.
it was a
Yeah.
bullet?
Yeah. There were some reports yesterday that the bullet had struck a teleprompter, and that glass from the teleprompter was the that became the projectile that hit him. But that's not true. Uh, there was one picture I saw last night, as things were moving through, and you can very clearly see. Of course, I need to point here, but the
Yeah.
picture I'm seeing on his right ear, uh, uh, the picture I saw, you could very clearly see a bullet hole
Oh
through that ear. And so, yeah, it was not some type of shrapnel or anything like that. It was a bullet. Matter of fact, this morning I saw one report that someone has produced a digital picture, a still picture that shows the bullet in flight
yeah.
after it had passed through his ear.
And didn't they? I know the man that shot him is dead. That they think
Yeah,
shot him is dead. And wasn't there wasn't there another guy? I know there was a dude that like shielded his wife and daughters, and then he got
yeah,
shot dead. They said that the GoFundMe for him has already exceeded $2.7 million.
yeah.
So that was
And that is a good thing.
oh yeah.
He was a firefighter, from my understanding, and he actually shielded his wife and daughter, I believe it was, from the gunfire, and ended up taking a bullet because of it. So he is a
Yeah.
true hero.
Yeah, and so I see a lot of people saying that it was like staged and stuff, and I think I don't know how you can stage something like that, but it is kind of weird to me how they had like snipers on roofs and stuff looking out for people to have guns, and then when like because it didn't like 3 or 4 shots already rung out before one hit them, and I don't and the Secret Service like weren't they a little too slow getting there? That's what I thought. But then again, they could have been. I don't think they were supposed to be standing on like stage like right beside them and stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of details that goes into that. So to unpackage that, number one, I do not believe it was staged either way. And one of the reasons I believe that is, you know, it was by most accounts about 130 yards shot.
Oh yeah, because didn't they say it was at like a building? And
Yeah, he was up on top of a building, and Trump was on the stage. I did notice this morning. I actually mentioned this in my sermon that I was flipping through the TV channels. I turned on NBC
mhm.
just because it came on, and the Today Show. They actually tried to stretch that distance out to 150 yards by placing Trump on the far end of the stage, which is totally ludicrous because everyone knows he was standing in the middle
I
of the
hate the
stage.
Today Show. Isn't that the show with, like Whoopi Goldberg and all of them?
No, no,
That's what I
that's the
thought.
View. But this one's just as bad. I mean, look, 20 yards. You stretched it by 20 yards. Wow, whoopee, gee whiz, that makes you really seem smart. But you're really ignorant for
Yeah.
anybody who really knows
What
what's going
happened?
on
Yeah.
because he was in the center of the stage, and that extra little bit is not going to make any difference. It, for a rifle like that has a range of, depending on the skill level of the shooter, um, that has a range of two, three, 400, 500 yards, maybe in a highly skilled hand. Uh, you know, 20 yards doesn't make much difference. Humanly speaking, you wouldn't even hardly hold it any different for 20 yards difference.
Oh yeah.
But when you take that shot, if you think of it from this perspective, uh, it, imagine it was your task to take a shot at a former president, for which, if you did assassinate him, um, you know, the death penalty could very easy
Oh yeah.
be brought your way,
Yeah.
and chances are you're going to be eliminated just like he was
Hmm.
within seconds.
Yeah.
Uh, but if it was staged, imagine you were the one who were tasked with trying to make that shot.
Oh,
Do
hit
you
off the.
really want to assume that risk?
I
Are
wouldn't.
you
And then
really?
like the what would have to happen? You'd have to hit it off the tele. I don't think that's a shot that any. I mean, I'm sure someone would make it like out of just like luck, but I mean, I don't believe it was staged. Um, and I didn't get to watch Biden's thing on it because didn't he and Kamala do a little thing where they talked about it?
And if the Republicans staged it, now if you watch the video very carefully, if the Republicans staged it, let's rule that one out. Um, wouldn't you think that it would be in Donald Trump's best interests to hold very, very still
Oh
while the
yeah,
shot's being taken?
and he was
And
just
he did not
moving.
do that.
I love all the hand stuff that he does.
Yeah,
Um,
he did not do that. And as a matter of fact, there are a number of commentators, I think, rightfully say that last little head movement before that shot rang out, is very likely the difference maker.
oh yeah, because if
Because
he would
if
have moved it a little bit back, it would have went through the side of his head, like right. I mean, like right
yeah,
here,
or
and like,
could have, and
like
at its height, it could have entered either in the ear canal or in the eye canal.
mhm.
Either of those means there's no bone between that bullet and the brain,
You
and
dead. You done.
you're done.
Yeah.
I mean, that bullet will get inside your skull
Hmm.
and kind of bounce around,
And it'll kill. Yeah,
and
it'll kill you.
your brain just turns into mush. So, you know, uh, a shot like that, to try to stage that
I
would
don't.
be
Yeah, that would be too.
way too risky.
Yeah.
And I do not ascribe to the idea that uh, that any folks in the Democratic Party tried to have him assassinated. I do not ascribe to that idea. I do
No.
not think it's the most likely
Yeah.
uh, scenario. It's way, way, way down on my list. I mean, could it remotely be a crazy possibility? Well, we know there's still a lot of unanswered questions about the
JFK,
JFK
yeah.
thing. You know,
And I think there is some still left the MLK thing because I had to do what the government do.
yeah, I mean, there was a lot of stuff that took place during that time. Not only did you have him, but you had Robert Kennedy,
Oh yeah,
Bobby
he didn't
Kennedy,
he get killed in a
who
hotel
was
room?
assassinated. So,
Wasn't it in his hotel room? Is that the one that I'm
I'm
thinking of?
yeah, yeah, he was Sirhan, I believe it was, shot him. Um, I'm not nowhere near as up on his story as I am JFK. I've delved into JFK relatively deeply.
Oh, same.
And
Yeah,
of
yeah.
course, I believe personally the likely scenario is that there was a Secret Service agent shot him from the following car on accident. I believe it was accident.
Or it could have been the grassy knolls. No one's gonna know for sure. The McCruger films and all that, because that all that stuff it just goes in together. But yeah, the Trump thing was crazy. I didn't expect that, and
So, one of the things I heard today, and I think people will talk about uh, probably for generations to come because we talked about it with 9/11.
oh yeah,
People would say, well, where were you at? What did you think? And my first thought was my first exposure to him being shot because I'm on vacation, so I'm not really keeping tied into
yeah.
everything. My son sent me a text that said Trump got shot, and then once I found out that he was okay, my first thing that I said to my family was, whoever that shooter was, he just cost the Democrats the
Oh
election.
yeah, that sealed Trump's. I saw a comment that said Trump just sealed the election.
Now I believe it was
It was
already.
yeah, it was already over. We actually we were driving past a Trump store on Friday in Pigeon Forge. They had one. It was like beside a Planet Fitness or something. There were a whole bunch of cars there. But then today, when we went by the night after the shooting, it was packed. Like you had people waiting outside the door. Like I completely believe that this. I already know that he's gonna win, and or if something because I think if the Democrats try to rig the election, I think it's gonna cause a lot of questions and stuff again because of like how big Trump is winning right now in like polls and stuff. So I don't think they can get away with that. So I fully believe that Trump will win this election.
Yeah.
Now,
So during the election with Hillary Clinton, uh, we've known for a long time. As a matter of fact, if you look back, uh, John F. Kennedy, it's very popularly believed, widely held that that election was stolen by fraud in Chicago.
I have
Uh,
heard some about that election meeting. I don't know too much about it here.
yeah, it's very serious. I mean, there are some very serious allegations about that. But it was just kind of let stand, kind of like the situation we had this time, and every year since there has been, you know, uh, all kinds of shenanigans that go on. Um, you probably, I don't know if you noticed, if you paid attention, but uh, in 22, when Glenn Youngkin was elected governor of Virginia, that election night, if you had been watching, one of the things you noticed that I noticed, because it made me so angry, uh, was they came on the news and they said that Fairfax had some kind of a thing that happened and they weren't going to be able to report their votes until the morning.
Yeah,
And
that one was
I thought, man.
that doesn't sound very trustworthy.
But then later in the night, they went ahead and reported their votes, and we found out. But I think now, I mean, I'm just throwing out an allegation here, not based in rooted in fact, but just based in just kind of knowing how things work. That I believe they had intentions of pulling the same shenanigan that happened in 2020. Hold out till in the morning, print enough ballots to make him the winner,
Yeah.
and they show up. But I think what happened is there were just so many.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think they realized that it's too far. We can't produce that much in that kind of time constraint with these kinds of numbers of people looking at us. We just can't do it, and so they had to not mess with it. I think and I hope that will be the situation this time, that the numbers will just be so great that it'll be insurmountable. You know, um, and I really get sick of hearing people talk about, there is no evidence of election fraud. They'll say stuff like that. Uh, but really, what the issue is there is the same thing that Congress just dealt with here just a few days ago. Um, the reason they say that is because there are states that are allowing illegal aliens to vote in elections. They're allowing it.
Yeah, that's because
And
that's exactly how. But I think a lot of them are actually going to be voting for Trump.
yeah, I mean, that is true, but in reality, in my opinion, uh, non-citizens should not be voting in our elections. You
Oh
know,
yeah.
you should have skin in the game. That's kind of the popular term that people say. Uh, so, if you and I were an illegal, it's easy for us to vote to spend someone else's money
Oh yeah.
because we're not spending our money.
We're spending other yeah.
Yeah, you're spending other people's money, and it's real easy to cast that vote. That you know is easy done. But when that money is going to come out of your pocket, now all of a sudden things are a little different.
Just so far we have like 2 or 3 people watching. We don't have any questions so far. I just put in there. I said, ask questions you guys want to know, and they will be answered. Um, but while we're waiting on those to come in, think about stuff that's been on. What's something big that's happened in the news recently, other than of course Trump getting shot.
Well, the Trump thing, I believe, has a lot of angles to it.
Yeah, there's so many ways you could look. Yeah.
So, for the folks that are listening, I posted this on Facebook, and I don't do a lot of Facebook postings,
Hmm.
but I posted this on Facebook very, very early on. As a matter of fact, it was yesterday evening, probably about 7 o'clock or so. Uh, let's see. Well, my wife's comes up on my laptop here, but if you look up House Resolution 8081, you'll find that in April, about 19th, I believe it was, April 19th, there was a resolution that a number of House Democrats had put um, up for a vote, and it's actually active in committee right now, being worked on in committee, that would have stripped Trump from having his Secret Service detail at all. He would not have had any Secret Service detail whatsoever.
That would not been good.
Yeah,
Well, tell
I
that.
and I put on Facebook, and like I said, this was yesterday evening, probably within 1 hour or maybe an hour and a half of the assassination attempt, that they should withdraw that proposal, and the people, the Democratic representatives that are responsible for um, drafting it, putting it up, and those who agree with it should publicly renounce it, apologize to Trump, and should resign from Congress. And I'm as serious as a heart attack about that. It shows just how ignorant
People are.
those people are. It would be like if I got on here, and I am no fan of Barack Obama. I'm just not. Uh, I don't wish him any ill will or anything like that. Uh, Very, very few things that I could say, okay, well, he did a good job here or he did a good job there. Very few
Yeah.
things. But I also recognize that while he was president, he made some very serious decisions.
Oh yeah.
He made the decision to have Osama bin Laden killed. There are terrorists all around the world who would love to kill him and his family because of that.
That
That
was a serious
man
thing.
that man needs secret, not just him, but his family needs secret service,
Everywhere.
protection for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
And it would be like me advocating to take that away from him. That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. Those folks performed the job and had to make decisions just like that. And, because of that, there are terrorists and crazy nuts everywhere that would like to kill them. And we as a society who elected them and asked them to do that job, we owe them the protection that they
Deserve.
should have. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, there's no question about that in my mind. And anybody who questions that, I believe you do not
No.
possess
Yeah.
the wisdom that you should have to be able to be a leader in
Yeah.
our society. You're just ignorant.
Yeah. That. I heard. I mean, I'm sure there's presidents that don't have any secret. I think every president should deserve some kind of protection because like we're so divided. I think anything that a president does, like half the people are going to be very upset with. Like, I'm sure that there's a lot of people. Like, obviously, there's a lot of people that want to shoot Trump. I'm sure that there's a lot of Republicans that want to shoot Biden. I think that and that means George Bush, because the whole 9/11 thing. You got people believing that he was involved with 9/11, which who knows. We'll have to get in that in a little bit, but because I read something about that, and I'd not even known before. Didn't this could be just be a hoax or whatever, but didn't they find like the passports of the dudes that did 9/11, like they weren't melted at all, or like they were a block away or something, like it's unscathed? Is that have you heard anything about that?
Uh, I no, I do not know anything about that. That would any of that information I imagine would be in the 9/11 report.
Let me
Uh,
look it up real quick.
but uh, I have a really hard time ascribing to any idea that that was an inside kind of a job, kind of a deal.
4 of the hijackers' passports have survived in whole or in part. 2 were recovered from the crash site of United Airlines Flight 93 in Pennsylvania. These are the passports of Zihad Jarrah and Saeed Al Ghamadi. One belonged to a hijacker on American Airlines Flight 11, which I can't remember. Did both of those crash into the Twin Towers, or did one of those hit the Pentagon, or did I know one hit the field? I forget.
Yeah, yeah, I believe 11 hit the field, hit that mine up in Shanksville, Pennsylvania.
Okay. Well, see, like there's my thing. How does that even happen? You know? I mean, how do you? I don't know.
Well, how do those things survive? The
Yeah,
artifacts?
I wonder how they survived, and like not because like some of them were found like in plate and stuff. But I think another were found like just whole, like nothing done to them. You could because obviously they could read the names. It was clear enough to where they could read the names to see, and it was clear enough to where they could see all the dude's information. Even for
Yeah.
the ones that were in plate, I mean that's not a conspiracy theory. That's something that they actually found, and that is spawned a lot of conspiracy theories like going down from that when you look into it. I didn't know if you'd heard anything about the passport thing.
No, not really, but I mean, it really is possible, because if you think that that airplane traveling 400 or 500 miles an hour, everything in it is traveling the same speed that it is. Once the airplane pierces that hole, the explosion actually happens after the hole is pierced.
Oh yeah, that's
because the explosion really doesn't happen until the wings hit,
and
because
that's where the fuel.
that's where the fuel is. So you know, and those guys were in the cockpit, so his passport would have been with him. You know,
Yeah,
chances are that passport very well could have just continued moving right on through the building.
to the other.
You
Yeah,
know, uh, that's very, very possible. That is not something that now if it was found, of course, I mean, those are very tall buildings. It could have went out the front of the building, and the air currents could have drifted it right around completely to the back if it was found in the back. There could be all kinds of explanations for those things that would be legit explanations for that. But I've not been, uh, I've not read the 9/11 report, but I've not been much of a fan of the idea that it was an inside job. Although uh, Donald Trump, one of the things I can credit him with is I have become a much bigger critic of the Gulf War
oh yeah.
um, after Donald Trump.
What was
Before, I was a pretty big supporter.
what was the Gulf War between? I know what you're talking about. I can't remember who it was between.
Well, there's really kind of two stages to it. So the first one happened when I was about your age in high school. I was getting ready to graduate high school, and Iraq invaded Kuwait, a little country called Kuwait. And when they did, George W. Bush's dad, George H.W. Bush, sent the military in to drive them out of Kuwait. And they chased the Iraq army all the way back to Baghdad, and they stopped right there. Some people argued that they should have went in and should have took care of Saddam then, but their military objectives did not allow for that, and the United Nations resolutions did not allow for that. So they stopped right there. They drove the army back, and that was it. Then, once George W. Bush was elected and 9/11 happened, there was this push that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. There were weeks and weeks and weeks of hearings about these people had weapons of mass destruction. In other words, chemical weapons, and he had used these things on his own people before. And some were even surmising that he had nuclear warheads. And people were thinking, that they were going to use it, and intelligence people convinced a lot of people, me included, that we as a country needed to go in and we needed to find these things and you know make them safe. And they did it. They went in, they got Saddam, they killed him, and all that stuff. And then there's no weapons of mass destruction. And we spend many, many years over there and many trillions of dollars later, and we've still got problems.
So
And I think one legitimate theory, legitimate motive or motivation for George Bush to have went into Iraq and killed Saddam Hussein is because Saddam Hussein had said he was going to kill his dad.
yeah, and I just
And so you could see
why he
where there would be a bias there. And as soon as he got the power and the ability to do it, he went after it.
oh yeah.
And maybe that threat clouded his judgment, and he did something he shouldn't have done, and he wouldn't have otherwise had done had there not been that tie between George W. Bush and George H.W. Bush, his dad.
So there's just a website that I use, and like you can search up anything. You can search up 9/11, aliens, Tupac shooting. You can search up literally anything, and it gives you like all these different conspiracy theories. Right? I searched up 9/11. One of the first things I said, and this is just my random dude, it says Mormonism is a crypto-Islamic. Uh, Mormonism is a crypto-Islamist fulfillment of the Mahdi prophecy in the figure of Joseph Smith, and their penchant for glowy service is the single greatest national security threat facing the USA. The dancing Israelis on 9/11 were from Salt Lake City.
Yeah, that's pretty far fetched. That's yeah.
And then it says, you gotta. The phrase, hold on, wait. I'm trying to, cause yeah, there's like, the website has stuff like that. Um, and there's this another one that says that 9/11 was caused by a special FX gone wrong for the production of Sam Ramis in the first Spider-Man movie. Which, yeah, there's like,
Yeah, there are some people who throw some things around that I mean they're not anchored to reality in any shape, form, or fashion.
there this one says Israeli super soldier Daniel Lewis on Flight 11 on 9/11, who was trained to impersonate Arab terrorists and expert parachuter. So yeah, there's just a lot of stuff like this, like yeah, just there's silly stuff on here, but then you get like a whole bunch of this like just crazy stuff, but yeah, then you got stuff that says like Saudi Arabia did 9/11. It says not even sure this is a conspiracy, but Al Qaeda took responsibility for the 9/11 attacks, but their organization doesn't belong to a country. They were somewhat spread out all over the earth. The U.S.'s attention was on Afghanistan at the time and for the last 20 years because that's where the mastermind Osama bin Laden was believed to be hiding. Information has come to light recently that might prove Saudi Arabia played a role to some degree. And then it gives us an article right here, and it says, the House Foreign Affairs Committee held a hearing this week on a controversial bill passed by the Senate that would create rights for the victims of the 9/11 terrorist attacks. We're basically just saying that Saudi Arabia had something to do with it. Do you believe that Saudi Arabia had something to do with it, or is that just a bunch of like BS?
No, I don't think that's a bunch of BS. I have a number of reasons to think that they have some type of involvement. I'm not sure if you could, if there's like any absolute direct ties. Like, say for instance, maybe Saudi Arabia did as a government did not help plan it or anything like that. I don't know whether that's true or not, but that starts to become a much more far stretch. But I would say this: there is a reason that politicians, Donald Trump included, they do not want to release this documentation to the public that proves that they had some level of involvement. There is some reasons they do not want to do that.
Yeah,
And there are no politicians who want to do that.
now we're getting to the big. So right here,
Now, let me throw another one in there. And this is a thing that I learned on a personal level in a personal way. So my mom worked at a prison in Mountain City, Tennessee, Northeast State Correctional Facility, and she gave me a copy of the Quran. I have a personal copy of the Quran that was handed out and was given out in that prison. And they do this on a widespread basis in prisons throughout the United States, much like many of our Christian ministries, and I have supported that in years past and continue to support that. We give out Bibles.
yeah,
but I have that personal copy of that Quran in my library. And if you open that Quran up to the first page, uh, you'll find out that Quran was paid for and distributed by none other than Saudi Arabia. And you think about it for a minute, why in the world would you want to, as a country, why would you want to spend all this money to do those things? You know, religious zealotry. Yeah, okay, that's a good plausible explanation. But think about this one too. And this is super controversial, but uh, but I believe that it needs to be explored and it needs to be discussed. And that is, um, most all of you have heard of like Louis Farrakhan, Malcolm X, you know,
Hmm.
what we call, and I'm going to say this just because it's the accurate way to say it, what they call black Muslims,
Yeah, that weren't they
the Nation of
the
Islam.
nation? Yep, isn't that where they believe that like black people were the chosen people of God and like white people were just like not?
Well, it so if you think about it, Islam, contrary to popular literature, Islam really is not. If you get back to its writings in the Quran, Islam is really truly not a religion of peace.
Oh yeah,
It's a religion of domination.
world chaos, kind of like trying to
I
take
mean,
over.
well, I mean, there is definite order to Islam. You go to an Islamic country, and yeah, I mean, they are quote unquote stable. That's because if you get out of line, you're dead.
Yeah, you get killed. Yeah, and they
I mean,
record it too
yeah, I mean, if you're a woman,
you
you
get
can't
raped
you can't be seen.
with your hair down. So I saw a few Muslims in the Blue Moose had like the hijabs. Is that hijab? It's a yeah. They
Hmm.
had those on and yeah,
Yeah,
you get
so
out of line in like countries like Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan. They'll kill you in the street. Like they'll
yeah, I mean, if you're in Saudi Arabia, there are a couple of documentaries that have circulated around Netflix and different things like that, where people have went in and secretly videoed. They have religious police. It's kind of like preachers with guns, and they go
yeah
around. And if you're listening to rock music, you're arrested,
yeah you get
and
yep.
all kinds of crazy things. So, in essence, really, Islam is really not
The
a
most
religion of
peaceful little
peace.
yeah. Um,
So, if you think about their effort to get the Islamic religion into prisons, what is the people group that are found most often in prisons? I mean,
gangs. Oh wait, no, black people.
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
black people. It's not
you
it
know,
being racist. It's just it's
yeah,
like it's fact. You gotta look it up. There's evidence
that's
for it.
the way it is.
I actually
And and when you think of that people group that are found in prison, one of the most prevalent emotional thought processes these folks in those prisons have is anger and hatred.
who
This built up, pent up anger and hatred.
it says
And
percent of black Americans in the general U.S. population is 13%. The people in prison or jail who are black is 37%. And it
yeah,
says 133 of every 1,000 black people were admitted to jail or prison. So yeah,
yeah.
I mean that's the most. It's not
And
like being
while they're there, if you can convert them to Islam and you can then manipulate them through the teachings of the Quran, and you can take that anger and you can point it right back at society, you can do a lot of damage to society. And if you were a nation, an Islamic nation that wanted to see the destruction of the United States, you could use the forces inside of the United States
to get.
to fight it, your own battle for you without firing a shot.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, this is kind of a philosophy uh, that Russia and China and all of them are trying anyway. And I believe that is a vastly overlooked, unconsidered problem that is brewing uh, in America right now. I mean, if you look in areas up in Minnesota, Detroit, Michigan, up in that uh, Midwest, upper Midwest areas where there are huge pockets of Muslim
Yeah.
populations, uh, you know, by and large, they possess that ethnicity, and these people hate Israel. I mean, they
Yeah,
rejoiced
yeah. And when Israel was,
when thousands of people were killed and slaughtered. They rejoiced over it, and there is something bad wrong
yeah,
with
with that,
people who
that
do
yeah,
that.
yeah. And speaking of religion and stuff, I found a whole bunch of these religion theories, and but these are like actually serious. They're not meant to be taken as jokes. So I want to
Mhm.
say this now. Anything that am about to say off of these theories is me. I'm not joking about it. Um, it is not me saying it as if I believe it, and it's not me being blasphemous. It's just me talking about it because it's good to discuss these things. But the first one says that God is a like a baby. It says God, an infinite wellspring of potentiality that cannot control itself like an infant. He cries, having been born out of the positively charged void of the zero. But his first cries are in fact the emanations of being. His first universes were confused, inarticulate. But as he matures, he's more and more capable of controlling this tide within him, and speaking it directly and decisively. We are one of the finest reality. We are one of the first realities in which God has learned to speak, but before he has learned to sing. I mean that. I mean these are like not jokes. And then now, all right, now this one right here. Um, so this one. There's two different theories to this, and it's saying, and again, I want to emphasize for anybody that's listening to this, this is not me being blasphemous. This is not meant to be taken as blasphemous. This is meant to be taken as an actual theory, and not that I believe it. This one says that God was raped, and not in the well. It says the reason God doesn't interact with humanity anymore is because we're an unwanted child created when he was raped. There's more to it than that. Biblical evidence, etc. In the story of Sodom, God visits the city in the form of an angel. The angel is grabbed by three men and almost trapped, but he is freed. However, earlier translations of the biblical text suggest that the angel was actually raped, and that this traumatic incident was the source of God furiously destroying the cities and caused him to abandon man altogether. What is your opinion on that? Because then there's another one, but it ties into something else, which this is a whole other can of worms open. But what is your opinion on the God is a baby and God was raped?
Okay, so on the first one, the concept that God is a baby and he had to grow and all these things. So the theological nuance to that would be, where did you get your information from? I would ask the person who wrote this, where did you get your information that God was a baby?
They should have it right. I'll, I think because they usually leave. And I can show this website to you after, unless in case you want to look up stuff.
Yeah, but
So
generally speaking, uh, one of two things is almost always true. Number one, they could have just made it up. Just
just yeah,
this second story, about they believe that God was raped. So that one is rooted in psychological theory, in trauma theory. That's where that originates. Someone somewhere uh, made an attempt to psychoanalyze God, and they're creating a religious theory from their psychoanalysis. And that's a very faulty way of doing it because, number one, for someone who is a psychologist, a psychiatrist, one of the very basic tenets of that, and I used to do counseling, one of the basic tenets of that is you do not psychoanalyze people who have not voluntarily came to you to ask you to psychoanalyze them.
Yeah.
It would be like me saying, oh man, you got ADHD and you got this and that and the other.
And you haven't even tested
And
me.
you didn't ask me
Yeah, yeah.
for my opinion.
But
You didn't come to me for my professional opinion.
what kind of
And
gets
for
me
me,
like thinking about that one because it did say that like earlier because I don't now I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I am a biblical scholar because I actually don't know this. I'm sure you're much more familiar with it. So I know about the city of Sodom and Gomorrah. Was there an angel that went to Sodom and then was grabbed by three men and then it was wet
yeah,
food? That's okay. And what
yeah,
it gets to me is the earlier translations, because just as well as I know, those earlier translations, people try to figure it out. You can't exactly get it to English now because the Bible was something that was written like upon like years and years, and it was in Hebrew and other languages. So that one is where it's kind of like, oh no. And then when you kind of look at it, I'm not saying that it's true. I'm just saying
hmm
it's not. Because a lot of people would look at that, oh, God was raped. Oh, that's just someone being blasphemous, satanic, and stuff. But when you actually get serious about it and look at it and stuff, it
yeah.
actually,
No, I don't think that it's. Um, I don't think that it's blasphemous to seek to answer these questions. So I certainly don't take it that way. By the way, did you hear that little ding?
ding.
Yeah,
I don't
I
think
was looking something up on my computer here.
I don't think so, but
Okay, all right. So let me lead you through the thought process here of that particular part of that question. So on the first point, the fault is really, and the question is really, where did you get? And I'm not saying this to you. I'm saying this to who came up with that theory. Where did you get the concept that God is a baby? Where did that come from?
yeah, I
Did
think
you make did you make that up? Or the second thing that generally happens in these situations is people will say, "Oh well, an angel came down from heaven
told me.
and told me these things." That's the general second one. Thus, uh, those things happen all the time. By the way, that's what happened with Joseph Smith and the Mormons.
There you go.
So, also with the Quran,
There you
you know,
go.
I mean, it happens all the time. And generally, those are the two ways that these things get started. So, to the second point, that idea about God being right. Okay, when you go back through what you said, and I hung on this word the minute that you spoke it. So you said that in some of the older texts that God, as an angel, was raped in Sodom and Gomorrah. Now think about that statement there just very carefully. And you have to have the theological nuance here and ask this question. Is God an angel?
And then that leads into a whole bunch of other stuff.
See, you've got a major
Yeah, that
theological
little thing just
problem
creates a web, and then it can go on forever.
because see, angels are created beings.
Yeah, they're created by God.
They're created by the creator. So you're saying that the creator is the creature, and there's all kinds of theological problems with that. There's passages in the scriptures that talk about that no man can see God. I mean, even Moses, the
Didn't see him.
greatest
Didn't he see him
lawgiver, he saw
through a burning bush,
the
right?
trailing end of his clothing. God told him, he said, Moses, he said, I'm going to put you in this cleft in a rock. He said, I'm going to put you in this little broken area in this rock. And he says, when I walk by, he said, I'm going to put my hand over you, and you can't see me, but he says, I'm going to let you see my hinder part. So as God went by, he kind of just saw the end of God's clothing. And when he came down off of the mountain, his face, from having seen that, it is recorded that his face glowed so brightly the people couldn't look at Moses.
That is insane.
So how could you, with a situation of a being like that, how are you going to rape that?
Well,
I mean,
then again, it could have been Jesus, because then there's also that part in because like Jesus is God and stuff with that, and then there's also that part where the three people,
Yeah.
Meshach, I forgot their names.
Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
When they were thrown in the fire, and the dude says when he opens it up and sees that there was a fourth, it says, looks like the Son of God. But this was in the Old Testament. But then it meant that, because in the Old Testament, didn't it mean that angels were kind of like the sons of God and stuff? But like,
Well,
yeah.
but why didn't, when they said that, they said very clearly, and you did get that right. They said he appears to be the Son of God. Singular. The Son of God. They didn't say, he appears to be one of the sons of God. Plural.
And that's in the Old Testament before Jesus was born. So then that gives evidence that Jesus had always existed and was there in the Old Testament before Bethlehem and Jerusalem and all those.
In theology, we call those Christophanies. Those are what we call a pre-incarnate visit of Jesus Christ to the earth. It's a Christophany. And we do believe that occasion was an occasion, or the vast majority of biblical scholars believe that was an occasion that Jesus actually visited the earth before he came as a baby in Bethlehem.
And what gets me, because then the next verse, after that, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't it say that he pulled them out of the fire and said, it is so good that your God sent one of his angels? But then if you remember, a verse ago, it said Son of God. So who knows with that? So that could be, Jesus could be the form of an angel, and that. So then who's to say that Jesus couldn't have been an angel in the city of Sodom? And when they said Jesus is God, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of ways you can take that, and that's why it's good to conversate about these and stuff. And
yeah. So see, you're right back to that same problem. When you try to make Jesus God and an angel, you got a problem, because those are two distinct,
different
things in creation.
Now,
one is creator, the other is angels. There's a passage in the book of Hebrews which quotes a passage in the book of Psalms talking about Jesus, and it said that he was made, let me put my hand where you can see it, he, talking about Jesus, was made a little lower than the angels for the suffering of death. So in other words, he had to be made lower than the angels. So that certainly implies that he was originally higher.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
I mean,
that is the normal reading of the English language and of the original languages. You can go all the way back to Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic and all that if you want to, but those are the readings, that he was made, a little lower than the angels.
Yeah.
And so we see that there's a definite hierarchy there. You have God on top, you have the angels, and then you have mankind. And it is a definite hierarchy that happens all through the scriptures. God is up on top, separate from creation. Then in creation, you have two different distinct levels to it. You have angels and you have mankind. And in the angels, you have the unfallen angels and you have fallen angels, which are demonic spirits.
Now, this one is another one called God is Being Great. But the thing that's different about this one is this in parentheses says golf rumors. Now, I have not read this, so this is the first time I'm reading it. And but because there's another version of golf, we'll get to that in a little bit. But this one says the originary and ongoing act of creation was the primal rape of the feminine prima materia by the masculine logos. The masculine ordering principle forces itself on the prima materia as the ground of its rational activity. The human does not carry a spark he must reunite with the one true God. It is the logos forcing him into being and determination. That is the source of all suffering and evil. Man is not a thought of God, but a polyp in the prima materia, and what he interprets as the longing to reunite with the divine is. You know what? I'm gonna copy this and I'll put it in the chat, because me reading this, I'm gonna mispronounce a lot of these words, and maybe you can make sense out of it. So look in the okay, well, alright, now I won't freaking. Yeah, where I was, I'll start up. So it said that it says the logos is not his home. It is the ordering principle that shackles and binds life to itself as life. The traditional esoteric hierarchy between the female and masculine principles must be inverted. The feminine is good, light, loving. The masculine is dark, obscure, ravenous. Christ, as the dawning of an unconditional love and compassion in the human species, can only be the dawning of the prima materia's maternal love for its creatures. Christ was precisely born in response to the harsh, cruel, indifferent, pagan, sacrificial economy of the Father. To put it more metaphysically, there is a break / inconsistency / difference in the absolute with itself that it experiences as a primordial archetypal act of violation. The honor of knowing the reality at the bottom of all realities is an unbearable divine trauma. This scenario is called golf rumors because footage of a submateria as the ground of its rational activity. The human. Oh, wait, no. Because footage of a sub-manifestation of this act was recorded at a golf tournament that inadvertently activated particularly dark ley lines. The footage has been known to trigger suicides. Then it puts in, not quotations, but like asterisks. Pataphysical scenario. The originary and ongoing act of creation. Yeah, and then it says, yeah, I don't know if you can make all that. I'm gonna try to, yeah, that one, I can't put it in all in chat, but that one, I don't know, I didn't read that one. I thought it would, yeah, it says, alright, yeah, that, basically, what that gets into is this thing called golf rumors with this dude, and now this one is not really no one knows if it's true or not, but people debunk it. But
Yeah, if you listen to a lot of the words that are in that, it's another one of those efforts for somebody to psychologize the existence of God. And so, really, if you think about it, number one, if you think about it logically like this, which one existed first? So, or let me say, if a person believes that there is a God, okay, then that would mean that what we know about him must come from some tradition, some body of information somewhere. And that generally is the Bible, the accepted Christian Bible. So, if that be true, which one predates which? Does the Bible and God predate psychology? Yes.
yes, oh yeah,
By thousands of years. And so, this person who took a psychology class at their local community college, look, do you really think that for all of these centuries that we have not had the truth about God and his existence and his nature and all of that? Do you not think we've had that for thousands of years?
Oh yeah.
You know, I, I just absolutely do not buy any of those things. For one thing, um, that there was a point in that you were reading that it sounded to me like they weren't even that like it, they said that Jesus was just born as a result of something. You know, there are a number of passages in the scripture, and probably one of the best demonstrated things in all of the scriptures that Jesus is actually God, that He existed from the beginning. You know, when you look in John's Gospel, you know, it says that He was from the beginning.
Hmm.
You know, I mean,
Yeah, I think that one was just someone that knew a lot of big words and put it together to sound
yeah,
smart. But then this
yeah,
one, that leads me into this thing called golf movies, which this one actually, it might be real if you know stuff about like the government does stuff and they don't like to tell us. So, again, I'm reading this off of this and I've not read this yet. So whatever I say is not me saying it, it's the thing saying I'm just reading what it says.
yeah. Hey, hang tight just a minute. Let me see. Let me see if I can do this. Uh, oh, okay. Let me try window. Yeah, let me try here. Let me try this.
There we go. We got 5 viewers now, guys. Let's go.
Let me get rid of this. Okay. All right. So you can see this right here, right?
I can see the screen, so I was just pulling that up. All right. Yeah.
Okay. So this is a digital Bible
Wow.
program that I use for Bible study. Um, it's a great program. I could talk about that and show you how you get this because it is free,
Okay.
you know, and this is a great resource that you can use. But if you look at this verse, this is King James Version of the Bible. In John 1:1, notice the reading here. He says,
Joe. Or Jaw.
yeah, that's just a shortened
Oh, okay.
of John, the Gospel according to John. Over in the New Testament, you have the first four books that are the Gospel records. John, who is actually the longest living disciple, uh, apostle of those original 12 apostles that Jesus had, he is the longest living of those. He's the only one who was not martyred. They attempted it, they boiled him in oil, but he didn't die.
Didn't they cut his head off and put it on a silver platter?
No, that was John the Baptist.
Oh,
They're
okay.
two
Okay.
different people. But his gospel record in John chapter 1, verse 1 says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." Now, this is speaking about Jesus. He's being called the Word.
Hmm.
Okay. Now, notice in the scriptures here, when he's called the Word, it's capitalized, capital W.
Hmm.
Okay. That is an important indicator in the scriptures that deity is being spoken of.
If it's
So,
yeah.
for instance, if um, let's say
Isn't there places where they're talking about like a pagan god or something? The G is not capitalized.
yes,
Cause wasn't
that's small g, and that's in the
okay.
Old Testament.
Yeah, I know
That
that.
yeah, that is the way that English translators carried forward the Hebrew word Elohim.
Mm-hmm. The
Anything in Hebrew that has I am on the end of it is a plural word. So
mm-hmm.
the normal translation for it would be little g, little o, little d, little s, gods. And there are a couple of occasions in the Old Testament, especially in the book of Psalms, where that word is translated that way. But we know when it speaks of the one true and living God, Jehovah God, that we translate that big G, little o, little d, to signify, and the translators bring that forward, that it's speaking of God, the one true living God. But in this case, notice how this is written. In the beginning, you got your prepositional phrase. In the beginning. So you picture yourself. Boom. This is the beginning, of everything that was created, the beginning of creation. So in the beginning, past tense, was the Word. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. So it's saying in the beginning, when the beginning happened, Jesus was with God, and Jesus was God. And he already was. He was past tense when the beginning happened. And any theory that comes along and tries to act like that Jesus was some kind of an afterthought
Yeah,
is just patently not
yeah,
correct.
that was just a theory about just someone trying to be smart and trying to know what they're talking about.
Yeah,
Because then it was
yeah,
a lot of words and
yeah. They throw out a bunch of big words and they try to take advantage of folks who think, oh man, well, this person sounds smart, so they must know something. But they really don't know anything but just how to throw a bunch of hodgepodge together and create confusion. Because, you know, um, now this is the one thing theologians for centuries have debated and tried to reason out and think about the concept of the Trinity. And I'm going to tell you, uh, I don't know how to explain that to you. It's one of those things that you have to just believe it by faith. That there's God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. They all three are separate individual entities, but they are also one entity. And it's where the four-leaf clover comes from.
yeah,
The because Patrick, who was a preacher, a Christian preacher, when he went um, uh, to try to reach the Celtics with the gospel, one of the things that he taught them was the idea of the Trinity, the doctrine of the Trinity. And history has it that he took the three leaf clover, because the vast majority of clovers have three leaves,
yeah,
and he used it to teach the Trinity. It really doesn't have like three leaves. It has three distinct lobes that really all make up one leaf. And he said, much like this has three distinct lobes to it, it still is only one. You can see, depending on how you look at it, three distinctions, but its existence, it exists in one whole unity. And that's like the Trinity. And that's what's being spoken of here. But one part of that Trinity is the Son of God.
yeah.
And he is just as much God as God the Father, and just as much God as God the Holy Spirit. And any doctrine, any teaching that usurps that
Yeah, it can.
creates an issue there, I chuck it and can it, because it's not good. It's not good theology.
So there's this one thing that I really need to get your opinion on because it has messed with my brain ever since I first read about it, and it ties back into God and religion. It doesn't seem like that, but we're not getting completely off topic. So this, what I'm about to talk about, I got to be kind of safe with it because YouTube does not like this at all. But YouTube doesn't watch my stream. I don't have 10 million subscribers. So anyway, So I have not read this. It's loading right now. So if I say anything that I'm not supposed to or whatever, yes, you're gonna have to you have to forgive me. But all right, so this is called golf rumors. All right, journalists leaked some Illuminati stuff that happened at the 2003 PGA Tour, I believe. The journalist and editor were killed, and then they pushed the Tiger Woods sex scandal to take the attention away from it. Whenever I try to ask about it, I get 404D. The Glass Camera Project was the clandestine effort by the CIA and the FBI in the 90s to create truly non-detectable surveillance tools, particularly a camera and a microphone system. Now, according to the classical theories of physics, this should be impossible, as you need something to absorb the light to record it, and that absorption of the light makes it visible. It's the same reason a full invisibility cloak would make anyone using it blind, at least in theory. It's believed, however, that using their research into remote viewing and physical projection, the CIA was able to train humans to not only remotely perceive a subject, but also project this information to a camera with the person to create an objective recording of the event. But the camera doesn't just record something, it's an integral part of the viewing technique and allows the viewer to channel their focus and view images to much greater degree than through traditional remote viewing means. It is believed that the sheer psychic energy to accomplish this goal puts immense strain on the viewer's body, which almost always results in death after chronic viewing experience. In addition, remote viewing is known to cause increased mental degradation and disassociation disorders in the viewer. Because of this, it's highly suspected that glass camera operators were actually abducted by the CIA and forced to participate, or were lied to about this true nature and risks of their projects. One of the people suspected of have fallen victim to this fate is Robert Goff, a somewhat prominent psychic from the 1980s that disappeared overnight and is practically unheard of today. So if you search this dude on Google, you will get nothing. There is no stories about this anywhere else. The rumors of speculation on what may become of him, and the main ones is that he was abducted by the American government for use in their various psyops projects, including glass camera. Also, glass camera remote viewing CIA experiments. They have a guy called Robert Goff killed because he knows too much. 2. Literally satanic Illuminati ESQUE rituals and golf courses involving child sacrifices, etc. Another explanation. Golf. Global oscillations at low frequency. It is an instrument on board the SOHO, Solar and Heliospheric Observatory. If any annons here recall the incident at the Sunspot Observatory, that was what it was related to. One of the SOHO team members was involved in research at the Sunspot Observatory. Very likely they had some info that had to be disappeared. The cover story was a typical CP plan. My most likely guess was that this research had found evidence of solar disturbances that may cause a major event in the near future. The current lockdown might be the first step to boil the frog, so to speak. Soften the population. Also, pick-related John Lang. This dude got killed so blatantly in the face of media coverage that it got so effing slighted. If that can happen to him, it can happen to effing anyone, and it most definitely has. Clinton Hitless, for instance. So, I know that was a lot, but basically, there was this dude named Robert Goff, and he was an astrophysicist, which, you know what astral projection is, right? Where your soul leaves your body? So apparently the CIA found a way to get like a camera to it so you could see what the person was seeing outside of their body. Apparently, Robert Goff, while he was having an out-of-body experience and they were watching what he was seeing, apparently he was out for too long and he died. And he went to heaven. And for a brief second, the camera caught video images of heaven. And then it cut off. The Catholic Church, or the Vatican, stole this footage, and apparently it is kept safe in the Vatican vault. And if you look up Robert Goff glass camera on Google, you will get nothing. If you look up Robert Goff, there is nothing about an astrophysicist. Even though, if you go on the Wayback Machine before this thing got publicized, there was articles about Robert Kraft and not having to do with golf rumors. So that proves that the CIA and the government completely wiped this dude off of the internet, which means he was a real person, and maybe this crazy theory might have some backing to it.
So I have. There is a radio program called man, it's done slipped my mind. It comes on late at night on talk radio, like in our area, it's 92.9. And these folks, they have guests on there ever so often that talk about these remote viewing programs. So I personally have not really looked into those, but I'm going to defer to them and say that there are people who testify to being in these programs. So I'm going to guess that these programs have existed. I'm not going to say they exist now, but they have existed. So the government really was kind of tinkering in these things.
So this is what I just read it off of. I put it up there in case, because I know that was a lot to unpack. And stuff.
So I think.
So if you want to quote anything or go back to anything that you might have missed, that's the whole article right there. I got it zoomed in as much as I could without cutting anything off.
No, so like the first thing is, I recognize that there are programs that have been done like this and stuff like that. Is remote viewing a possibility? I've heard people talk about who said that they were parts of these programs. By the way, the name of that radio program is called Coast to Coast AM. And so, matter of fact, I think it'll probably come on at like 11 or 12 o'clock tonight or something. And you might even find it. And I think they have some stuff on the internet too. So you'll find people who testify to the fact that they were part of these programs. You'll also find folks on there who, claim to be numerologists, and they can tell you everything about your life based on your birthday. Yeah. You can say all kinds of crazy things. The theory really, it starts breaking down for me when you start talking about out-of-body experiences.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, let's look at it this way. The person you was talking about, they were talking about seeing heaven, and that there was a tape recording of heaven made. Okay, in the New Testament, the Apostle Paul went to a little small city up on the North Mediterranean sea coast called Lystra. And while he was at Lystra, the Apostle Paul was stoned, not by smoking dope. He was stoned, people throwing rocks to kill him. And the Bible says he was left for dead. So the people who stoned him thought he was dead. Okay. And there was a later point in time when the Apostle Paul was writing one of his epistles. I can't remember which. I'd have to go back and look. But he mentioned that he had entered into what he called the third heaven.
Yep. I know exactly what
he said that.
Isn't it 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 2, or verse 2, verse chapter 12?
I would just have to look. But he said that he entered into that third heaven, and he said that he saw things that were unlawful for him to utter. So in other words, he seen things that it was totally not lawful according to the law of God for him to even speak about these things. So my question would then be, if the Apostle Paul, who is arguably the greatest biblical apostle of all times, I mean, the man wrote, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, about 40% or more of the New Testament, who is considered by all to be one of the greatest apostles of all time. If he didn't have the ability to speak about what he saw, how is this guy greater than the Apostle Paul? And he actually has a video of heaven. I have a very serious theological issue with that.
I was trying to look in 2 Corinthians, chapter 2, verse 12. It says, "Furthermore, when I came to Troas to preach Christ's gospel, and a door was opened unto me of the Lord." But this one is, I don't even know what kind, is KJV, which in some translations I think it says, that's the Bible that I have. But yeah, I know there says something about Paul says, "I entered into third heaven."
Yeah. It's 2 Corinthians 12:2.
That's the one. Okay, I got it mixed up. I thought it was 2:12. All right, we got some questions in the chat. Which I have no idea who this is, but it says, third heaven. I haven't even heard of second heaven, which I think is talking about like there's divisions of heaven. 2 Corinthians is fire. Yeah, I mean 2 Corinthians is good.
Well, that terminology really, it just so like you've probably seen over in the gospel accounts, especially Matthew chapter number 13, he talks about the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah.
And basically what that's talking about is God's kingdom on earth. So the first heaven would kind of be related to the earth that we live on. Sometimes we use words that they're used for multiple things, and so the first heaven would be the earth, the firmament of the earth that we live on. The second heaven would be the sky, where the birds dwell and and all that. But man, we don't dwell up there, kind of. I mean, we got a space station and all that stuff now, but that third heaven is that place that we would consider where God dwells.
Yeah.
That third heaven that only He entered, and well, let me just go over here. Let's see, right there. So in this passage, he said in verse 2, "I knew a man in Christ above 14 years ago." Now notice how he speaks in third person here. He speaks about the event as if it wasn't him, but the preponderance of the evidence suggests that it was him. But he said, "I knew a man in Christ above 14 years ago, whether in the body I cannot tell, or whether out of the body I cannot tell. God knoweth. Such an one called up to the third heaven." And he says, "I knew such a man, whether in the body or out of the body, I cannot tell, God knoweth. How that he was caught up into paradise and heard unspeakable words, which it is not lawful for a man to utter." So he's saying the information that I experienced while I was there, I can't tell you about it. It's not lawful for me to tell you what I saw. And if you look at the greatness of that apostle, and then you look at the person that you're speaking about that no one knows, that you can't even find them on the internet. How is he greater than the Apostle Paul and can reveal this information when the Apostle Paul couldn't? I think that's a serious flaw to the argument that, and I had a wonderful woman who was in my church for years and years before I ever came there, before I was ever born. And she and I had a disagreement one time about this very issue, um, about, you know, people dying, going to heaven, and seeing heaven and coming back and telling people about it.
Yeah, yeah, because don't you have the people that like died and came back and they like,
Oh, there's no shortage of these people.
yeah,
And but for me, I mean, I have a real biblical problem with that. And right here it is. I mean, if the greatest of all the apostles wasn't allowed to talk about it, why are you? I think that's a legitimate question to ask. You know, why is it? Explain to me how you are greater than the apostle Paul.
yeah, which yeah, I mean, but if it wasn't that, then something happened at that golf tournament. Well, something happened, and with this Robert Goff dude, and they wiped him clean off the internet. Like you, wait, let me see what happens when I search up Robert Goff on.
So I mean, look, you know, we know that these three-letter agencies, you know, well, I mean, I'm mad about it because last night I sat just across over there until 2 a.m. waiting for the name of the shooter.
Do you know the name? Because they revealed it.
Oh yeah.
What's his name
But
again? Someone asked that in the chat. I just didn't want to answer.
yeah, it was something Scott. I think his last name was Scott or something like that. But see, the problem is, you know, they already knew that name. They already knew that name.
Mm-hmm.
They could have told us that name, but they didn't want to tell us that name because they wanted to wipe all of his social media out first. Now you go put that name on some social media site, and I guarantee you they will not show up.
Let's see if
You
it's
will
right.
not have access to his accounts.
What? Let me see.
I read an article this morning that some some
Thomas
person who writes stories for some.
Thomas Matthew Cooks.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. So some interviewer this morning sent Meta, which is the company that owns Facebook, Instagram, all that stuff, sent them a message asking them if they had taken his page down, and they got no reply. And I'm thinking, man, this stuff is sick. You know, it took us a year or more to in a lot of court battles to get access to the manifesto of the shooter of the Christian school of those kids in Nashville.
So I found an Instagram account with that name, and the picture that it had is the picture they used on the news. Like that one right there. That's the only thing that's posted on this account. It has 24 followers, and the only thing that's in the bio is a YouTube link. And when you click on it, it says 3-minute video, and it's called Bethune Cookman Netflix TV show, and that's 578 views. And the channel has 6,000 subscribers, but the dude that's creating this is black, so obviously that's not him. But
Yeah.
then why does he have that? We might have just unlocked a new conspiracy theory. Like, why is that one in there? This could be just a different account that's like, you know.
Yeah. I'm going to bet someone's just trying to use that name and the notoriety of it for clicks.
Well, actually, wait, no, this. There's something here. So the picture that is posted was posted. When was this posted? This account was created in 2023. And that's the only picture, but it says there was a comment on that picture 2 hours ago, but it doesn't say when the picture Well, no, the picture was posted 2 hours ago. But then there's another thing on here that he was tagged in on January 1st. And it's a picture of Brock Purdy's rookie NFL card, front and back. So I have no idea what's going on with that. Yeah, that's the only Thomas. Well, there's another Thomas Matthew Cooks. In his description, he only has 8 followers. It says expert rifle shooter, which it doesn't check out because Trump's still living. But when you click on about this account, it says that he joined in February of 2024. And it has a link to his Cash App, and the only thing posted is it says posting a Tahoe every day until I have enough to buy one for my family. This was posted on February 25th, so I don't know what's going on with that, Mr. Blackburn, but whatever it is, I am not a fan.
Yeah, so I mean, I was just making the point that 3-letter agencies in the government, they do try to hide information. I mean, there is no doubt about that. There's no shortage of them doing those kinds of things. So, because that is proof right there. And I would be willing, if I was a gambling person, I'd be willing to bet money you will not see those posts until after the election.
Oh yeah. But yeah, that something happened with that Robert Goff dude, and then it also has a link right here. But yeah, that one's already 404 deed. See, it did something about this is really fishy, and it's talking about what happened at the golf rumors and then Heaven found footage. It says that a man named Thomas Robert Goff did a ritual to go to heaven with a camera on his hands, filming nearly 6 hours of footage stolen by the Vatican Church. And let me go back and search up this Heaven found footage, because it all ties back in together and stuff with the Heaven found footage, and then there's some that says do not research. Yeah, this one has nothing. Yeah, so yeah, just the one that says he did a ritual and then went to heaven and stuff, which, yeah, I don't think I believe that one, but yeah, dude, just a lot of this stuff on here, especially about the religion ones, obviously the God was raped. Then it says the Holy Grail was found centuries ago. Let's see, Media Christ. Let's see, Eyes of Christ. Let me find one that's good.
Yeah, those artifacts. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy. There's I think if I'm not mistaken, I remember reading one time that they claim to have. You spoke about this earlier about John the Baptist, who was beheaded because he told Herod that it was unlawful for him to have Philip, his brother's wife, and he had John the Baptist beheaded. There's an old story that they claim that they have John the Baptist's head. The Catholics do. There's a lot of that old stuff that's just a bunch of old junk. They do a bunch of attempt to do a bunch of relic stuff to try to act like that they have a lot of legitimacy, but they really don't have a lot of that stuff. For one thing, I think there's a lot of those things that God doesn't want us to have because He knows we would worship them.
Isn't that what you were talking about with Noah's Ark? He didn't want us to find it. Yeah. I remember that. I couldn't.
I mean, he in the scriptures he buried the body of Moses himself anyway, and it's very popularly believed by biblical scholars that the reason God buried Moses' body is because if humans found it, we'd worship it. Mm-hmm. I mean, and that is true. I mean, that is human nature. That is the way we are. And he very clearly did not want us worshiping images or objects or things like that. He wanted us to worship him and him alone, the him being God. So, the idea that somebody has the last cup that Jesus drank out of, or the shroud of Turin is Jesus' burial cloth, uh, or somebody has the Ark of the Covenant, or somebody has Noah's
Ooh.
Ark.
Yeah.
Those things I I try to keep an open mind, because I mean I guess it is possible, uh, but I also, that open mind is preset toward skepticism. So I'm pretty skeptical about things. You'd I guess probably the one that I'm the most on the fence back and forth with is that Shroud of Turin thing. There seems to be like a lot of scientific evidence that goes back and forth on that thing. And so to me, I guess it's kind of interesting to watch the facts play out on the Shroud of Turin thing.
Yeah, let me see here. How long do you make? Yeah, and this stuff. Alright, let's look at some on Jesus, because they have a lot of good on here. Alright, oh yeah, I remember this one. Um, there's a theory that says that, Jesus died in Japan. Now I know that sounds ridiculous, but I remember, um, yeah. Well, let me see if I can. Jesus died in Japan. Yeah, there's just a bunch of stuff about the um politics and stuff. And then that also leads into um Analytica and stuff. And let me find a good one for us to talk about. Let's talk about. What do you believe or think of a thing that says basically any person with depression is likely to experience intensities of emotion which in a neurotypical person are more balanced. That is to say, highs can be very high, lows can be devastatingly low. And when there is a uniform of or average mood, it is usually a lot lower than the neurotypical baseline. I thought it was going to be something else.
I'm not sure really what you're asking on that one.
I'm just like trying to read stuff. Then there's something about bicameral. Do you know what bicameralism is? Isn't that where your mind is like two different things? Oh, here we go. There were several questionable events that took place during the Sandy Hook school shooting and investigation. To some people, it appeared that the entire thing was a false flag event, The television appearances seemed fake. They laughed off camera and then suddenly started crying when they knew the cameras were gone. A few people involved, parents, law enforcement, students, seemed to look identical to people that were involved in other mass shootings / false flags events in other parts of the country. So what do you what is because Alex Jones, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Didn't he do a thing on Sandy Hook that made him go bankrupt?
yeah, yeah. Yeah, they sued him. The families of the children that were killed sued him because he propagated that very idea there that Sandy Hook did not take place.
Yeah, yeah, and then there's this thing that says that, oh, like, I didn't even know this. It says we don't have any surveillance footage of the shooting. Seems fishy, which I don't think we do have any surveillance of the footage.
But I mean, we very well may not.
And I know
But
Alex Jones has been right about some things. Wasn't he right about Dr. Fauci and his lies, and then a whole bunch of other things?
I don't really listen to Alex Jones, so I'm not a much of an authority to be able to, you know, to vouch for his veracity or not. But I mean the school shooting things. I mean those things happened. You know, I think uh, it's a huge stretch there again, much like the 9/11 thing, to go to thinking that someone staged those things on purpose. Uh, but the thing I would say is, you know, it's unfortunate how those tragedies are attempted to be misused to strip people of their constitutional right to bear arms. You know, and it's a fundamental um fairness problem because what ends up happening on those Second Amendment issues is good people lose their rights because bad people do bad things.
Yeah.
And the bad people should be the ones who suffer the consequences of that, not the good people. You know, I mean, and this thing here, the Trump thing, we've not heard the end of that
Oh yeah, we're never gonna.
because you know it's my understanding that it was an AR style rifle that the guy used, and I'm sure that some of them are going to try to play that game. I don't think it's going to turn out too well
Yeah.
uh, because the big problem is what I foresee. You know, Trump is a big Second Amendment guy, and I foresee him. You know, let's imagine the scenario that Joe Biden during a debate asked him a question. You know, well, you know, how do you feel about AR-15s now that you've been shot by one? You know, and I could just imagine Trump turning to him and asking him, "Well, have you ever been shot by one? Then why should you have any say in it? You know." uh, and I imagine Trump will continue to advocate for
Yeah.
people's Second Amendment rights.
I haven't heard anything about we should take guns away after they shot Trump. That's just me. But I found a good one. You know about the DARE program, right? DARE about
Yeah, yeah.
So this one says, have you ever thought about who the DARE program was directed towards? Children who were too young to understand the concept of addiction. The slogan "Drug Abuse Resistance Education" sounds confusing to children, and they likely only connect with a portion of the words. Drug, something, something, education. Then they gave out the shirts, not bright colored, positive looking shirts with happy logos. The shirts were goth black with rock band looking logos on them. One might argue that the design was intentional. It was supposed to attract the cool crowd to the program. But the kids were so young, they hadn't even explored their identity enough to associate the shirts to a band they like or designs that they prefer. Um, and speaking of the program, it consisted of what? A 30-minute forgettable lecture, and then they passed out a bunch of swag to the students. I think the DARE program did a couple of things. One, it identified children who were candidates for drug addicts. How? The kids that gravitated towards the shirts in the program probably wanted to know more about drugs, wanted to know more about the fringe culture. The number two part was the U.S. government realized they needed more drug addicts. The DARE program was supposed to be in reaction to the crack epidemic of the 1980s, but the DARE program was visible in the neighborhoods that crack affected the most. The DARE program focused on the suburbs and middle-class areas. This served as a pacifier to the citizens that had concerns about drug issues rising in the U.S. and as a doorway to the upcoming opioid epidemic. By making drug usage more familiar to the regular household, the U.S. has been fluffing its budgets via drugs in a black market that was frowned upon by many. But after making ties with the pharmaceutical companies, they were able to increase their sales and stay on the right side of the deal. What do you make of that? I don't know if you heard all that. Basically saying that DARE is something to push because, like, it runs the economy or something?
So, as an educator and someone who's involved in some of those type initiatives and programs and things like that, I think that I don't think that there was some meeting somewhere and some people were thinking, man, we need more drug addicts. It's really counterintuitive. Take for instance, you've pretty much got classes of people. You've got kind of what I call the investment class. These are people who make money by just having money. Then there are folks who they make money by producing things, whether it be podcasts or products, things like that. They produce things. And then there are folks on the bottom who just mooch and sponge off of everybody else. And so there's really kind of those three classes.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of little in-between stuff, but basically those three. So if you think about it, DARE was created by the class up on top. So, does it really benefit them to have people addicted to drugs and in that lowest class? Because that class does not make them money. That biggest, highest class, they make their money off of the middle. That's where they make their money. When you guys graduate and you get out and you're in a job, you're going to be paid, $20-$30 an hour or something like that. And the person who owns the business that you work for, they're going to be charging $75 to $100 an hour for you.
Oh, yeah.
So they're keeping all that money. If you're a drug addict, they're not making that money. Yeah. So they don't want you to be a drug addict. I mean, they really don't. But there are other alternative and ulterior motives in some of that stuff. A lot of times these nonprofit organizations and groups like that, they will come up with those ideas and those schemes, and it's a way to sell their product to the government and make money. Yeah. Someone had the copyright to that T-shirt.
Yeah.
And they got rich. There were millions of kids wearing that copyright, and the government paid them money. And chances are, the person who had that copyright was some senator's daughter or some congressperson's daughter or something like that. That's a lot of that stuff goes on too.
Yeah. Then there was this other thing that was huge. Right, so this one has something to do with the JFK assassination from just proofreading it. And this one says, alright, so do you know Bill Cooper? He wrote a book called Behold the Pale Horse.
No, not read that.
Alright, so this one says, this one says, Bill Cooper wrote a book called Behold the Pale Horse. Here is its description. According to the sociologist Paul Gilroy, Cooper claimed an elaborate conspiracy theory that encompasses the Kennedy assassination, the doings of the secret world government, the coming ice age, and a variety of other covert activities associated with the Illuminati's declaration of war upon the people of America. Political scientist Michael Barkin characterized it as among the most complex super conspiracy theories, and also among the most influential due to its popularity in militia circles as well as mainstream bookstores. Historian Nicholas Goodrich Clark described the book as a chaotic farrago of conspiracy myths interspersed with reprints of executive laws, official papers, reports, and other extraneous materials designed to show that the looming prospect of a world government imposed on the American people against their wishes and in flagrant contempt of the Constitution. I didn't know if you had heard of that.
No, I've not heard of that fella. To me, that whole Kennedy assassination issue really breaks down a couple of different ways. I believe the preponderance of the evidence shows that there was not one lone gunman that shot the president.
Yeah.
I believe there were multiple bullets of varying size that hit the president. I believe that just looks conclusive to me. And I do not think that Lee Harvey Oswald's bullet killed the president, and I'm not trying to disrespect his memory. I've seen his brother being interviewed last night about the Trump assassination, and I thought it was a good interview, and I thought he did a good job. I don't agree with him politically, but I do believe he's a decent human being. So, but I do think that if I had to lean one direction, I do believe the Secret Service agent in the car behind the president, JFK, I believe that after the first shot rang out, I believe his hand was on the trigger of an AR-15 and the car sped up. I believe he leaned backwards, he fell backwards, and when he did, his hand hit the trigger at, unfortunately, just the right time. And I believe that was the shot that blew a big chunk of the front of President Kennedy's skull loose from the rest of his skull. Now, to me, the only question is there a conspiracy there that it was done on purpose? There are some motivating reasons to believe that could be true. But it's just as plausible that it was just an accident. I tend to lean toward the idea that it was just an accident. But I believe it's almost certain that the Secret Service covered it up.
Oh yeah, 1000%. Also, you know this dude by the name?
And I think it's interesting that I watched the news conference last night live. Mm-hmm. And if you go back and watch the news conference of the announcement, the very first news conference concerning the attempted assassination of President Trump.
Was that the one at 11:45?
Yeah, it was late.
I watched like 10 minutes of that, and it was about the name. I can't remember a lot about it, but I don't think I got to the part that you were talking about because I don't know how long it lasted.
Yeah, but I mean, at the very beginning of it is is the part that I knew something ain't right. Did you notice the one representative that was not there?
I did not. Who?
There was no representative from the Secret Service.
Huh?
Zero.
That doesn't sound right.
They had an FBI representative. They had an investigator from the Pennsylvania State Police. They had a Pennsylvania State Police captain guy, and they had an ATF guy, but no Secret Service.
That. Oh,
Nah,
that kind of
when I
gets.
seen that, I thought, oh boy,
It's about yeah.
here we go
Something's
again.
going on.
You know,
He better be careful. But isn't that one of the? Do you know Vince Foster?
yeah,
The dude. It says Vince
yeah. I was
Foster
alive during that
was
when
an
that
attorney
happened.
who had quite a bit of incriminating information on the Clintons. He mysteriously committed suicide before any of it came to light. And didn't I know there's theories that the Clintons had something to do with the whole Epstein thing? Could you tell me a bit about the Vince Foster situation? I don't know what kind of evidence he had. This is the first time I'm hearing of it. I knew someone had evidence, and then he committed suicide, just like Epstein committed suicide. Is this kind of like the older version of the whole Epstein stuff with
Yeah.
Vince Foster?
Yeah, I mean, it was uh, back during that time. Clinton was in office, and there were a number of investigations of them. These people have kind of played loose with the laws, their whole time in government. Um, uh, but they had this scandal called the Whitewater scandal, and it was a land deal kind of a thing. And man, it's been so long since I even looked into that thing. It, I can't remember all the details, but uh, there was some kind of shady business going on.
There always is.
And so Vince Foster had information, and they were going after Bill and Hillary Clinton. I think they were both involved. I think their names were both involved in this land deal. And they were going after them. And the next thing you know, Vince Foster
Dies.
commits suicide.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of question marks that were surrounding that thing. A lot of people at the time felt like,
They killed
that he didn't do it to himself. And there have been others. There was a fella. I can't remember this guy's name, but he killed himself here, God, maybe 10, 15 years ago.
Wait, is the dude you're talking
Around
about Max Spears?
Could be 10, 15 years ago around the White House.
Oh,
And
in
he had ties to the Clintons. And then, of course, the Epstein thing.
yeah, and so this is the one. All right, so it says. I don't know if you've heard of this, but let me tell you about this. So it says on July 16th, 2016, the death of UFO investigator Max Spears, or Maxwell Bates Spears, caused controversy among some conspiracists, which led to reports from BBC News and other news outlets. It says Spears died on July 16th in Warsaw, Poland, 2016, while visiting a friend. In a multi-part short documentary series on his death made by the BBC, his mother stated that she had been concerned about Spears' mental health prior to his death, and that she believed he had gotten involved with the wrong crowd. A final video taken of Spears before his death revealed what his mother interpreted as signs of substance intoxication. She had seen him in a similar state in the past after using heroin. Another conspiracist who was close to Spears suggested that his drug use was controlled by extraterrestrial life. Now, this one said, Spears was returned to the United Kingdom 6 days after his death. However, the Spears family was advised to not view his body due to the extreme deterioration his face had undergone. At this point, he was unrecognizable. But he overdosed from taking Xanax, which I have no idea how that does anything to his face. Then on August 30th, 2016, an investigation was launched by Polish authorities into circumstances surrounding his death, including a possible involuntary manslaughter. In December 2016, British authorities announced that they would launch an inquest into his death, which is distinct from an investigation aiming to convict. A coroner told the inquest he was waiting to receive a report from Polish authorities. As a result, the proceedings were adjourned until February 2017. On January 7, 2019, the cause of Spears' death was released as drugs and pneumonia. Spears' mother claims that Polish authorities will not release the paperwork containing the details about her son's death without her written consent. And so far as of right now, she has not given that. But basically, this guy had a bunch of stuff on, like these big named people that he was supposed to like spill out and stuff, and then he threw up this black liquid that was found there after taking overdose on Xanax. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that's like it just makes you wonder, you know, like, and then that could tie back into the Epstein whole situation and stuff. So it's not like these things are rare to happen, like Max Spears, Vince Foster, Jeffrey Epstein. What's another one that died like very suspiciously?
Well, there's a lot of discussion about, going back to the Kennedy thing, Marilyn Monroe, his girlfriend.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Was that a real thing, or was that just a theory that they had hooked up?
Oh no, it's a real thing. Yeah. Yeah. And then there was another one. Trying to remember her name. She was a reporter, and she was actually digging in the Marilyn Monroe, JFK kind of a thing, and she ended up like being killed in a apartment complex, and it was the conspiracy theory is that it was made to look like a drug overdose.
Yeah, that's happened too many times for my liking.
Jimmy Hoffa, his body was never found. There's, during that time of the mafia, the mob, the Democratic Party, there was a lot of people
fishy stuff that was going on. Yeah.
There were a lot of people went missing.
Oh yeah, and that happens a lot and stuff because the government and stuff. I mean, that.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing, about the Pizzagate. Have you heard of Pizzagate?
Yeah, I remember hearing that. I can't remember all the details, but it was, some Hillary Clinton thing when her and Donald Trump were engaged in the election of 2016.
It says, Pizzagate is a conspiracy theory that went viral during the 2016 U.S. presidential election cycle, falsely claiming that the New York City Police Department had discovered a pedophilia ring linked to the members of the Democratic Party while searching through Anthony Weiner's emails.
Yeah.
It had been extensively discredited by a wide range of organizations, including the Washington, D.C. Police. In March 2016, the personal email account of John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, was hacked in a spear phishing attack. WikiLeaks published his emails in November 2016. Proponents of the Pizzagate conspiracy theory falsely claimed the emails contained coded messages that connected several high-ranking Democratic Party officials in U.S. restaurants with an alleged human trafficking and child sex ring. One of the establishments allegedly involved was the Comet Ping Pong Pizzeria in Washington, D.C. Origins. Spread on social media. In Turkey, the allegations were reported by pro-government newspapers. The story appeared on Turkey's something website and on the viral news. So yeah, this went all the way over to Turkey. On December 4th, 2016, Edgar Madison Welch, a 28-year-old man from Salisbury, North Carolina, arrived at Comet Ping Pong and fired 3 shots from an AR-15 style rifle that struck the restaurant's walls, a desk, and a door. Welch later told police that he had planned to self-investigate the conspiracy theory. Welch saw himself as the potential hero of the story, a rescuer of children. He surrendered after officers surrounded the restaurant and was arrested without incident. No one was injured. Yeah, so yeah, that I mean, yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, how do you fill out the? Wait, what was the thing that had to do with Hillary Clinton's emails? I hear that all the time, something about her emails, but I never remember what was actually in them. Was it stuff with Russia?
Oh man, that's
Was that a whole big thing to get into?
it is it to me that's a really really deep hole. Um, so there is if you go all the way back to when Clinton was president, there was a guy. Um, let me see if I can get his name. Um, I'm not getting the guy's name. I would have to dig in it a little further. But in the 90s, when Clinton was president, there was uh, a Chinese spy had infiltrated the nuclear program. Um, and the story goes, and this is the story, this is the way it shook down, that numerous people in the nuclear program had recognized that this Chinese person was spying in our nuclear program for China. And when these people discovered it, they went to people in the administration and they said, "Hey, you need to check this guy out, XYZ name, because we think he is a spy. There is something not right about this guy." Multiple occasions, this person's name was brought up, but the name never made it
To public.
to the top. It never made it to the Clintons.
Mm-hmm.
The advisors all kept the name down here. Eventually, it was found out the guy was a Chinese spy, and they stole a number of our nuclear secrets. So, to me, the theory has to be considered. Did they know and did they allow this Chinese spy to get nuclear secrets?
I feel like you'd have to know at least a little bit about what's going on.
Because if you think about the next connection, and folks your age, you don't make this connection. But uh, think of it like this: do you know what state Bill Clinton was the governor of? Arkansas.
Oh, I saw that. Oh wait, I
Now
just
think
remember.
about
So
this.
wasn't there a thing that happened in Arkansas about like this drug drop off from another country?
Yeah,
That
yeah, you've seen that movie. Yeah,
no, actually watched a YouTube video on it. I didn't know there was a movie on it.
yeah. There's a movie on that.
So did that thing actually happen where it got revealed that he was involved in that?
No, he wasn't involved in that. But,
Oh,
or well, I mean, I guess he very well could have been. Yeah, but if you think about Arkansas, do you know if I asked you this question, what company in America do you think does the absolute most business with the Chinese? What would be your guess?
Probably a car manufacturing company, right? Because isn't that where the chips come from?
No, a lot of the chips they actually come from Taiwan.
Which is almost China.
Yeah, yeah, kind of.
Well, getting ready to be China. But wait, let me think. What company does the most with
How
Chinese?
does how does Walmart sound?
Ashley?
Walmart sound like a
That would have been one of the last guesses I would have put.
oh man. Do you know how much stuff is in every Walmart that comes from China?
Probably 90, at least 98%, at least 98% of it. Now
Yeah.
that I think about it, which I didn't know.
Do you know
I,
where the corporate headquarters for Walmart is?
China?
Nope,
Oh, where? Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Oh, uh oh.
Do you know when Walmart experienced its greatest when it took off?
When Bill Clinton was president? Uh oh. The governor? Something's
Yeah.
not adding up here, Mr. Blackburn.
So you see, he had a major propensity to take advantage of our manufacturing sector and let the manufacturing work go to the Chinese.
Yeah.
You know, they were going to make a bunch of money. And so, what better way to go on ahead and make a bunch of money than let a Chinese spy get nuclear secrets? And the only thing you had to do is you just had to tell the people down below you, do not bring that to me. Because then when anybody asks, you just say, I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's true. You didn't know. You didn't know because you told people to not let you know. So now, fast forward that. Hillary Clinton has a secret computer server in her own house with classified information on it.
That's not illegal, right?
No, that should if that is even remotely legal, it should not be.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's not. It's really not. But why would she do that? I mean, why would she do that? To me, there's really kind of two avenues of thought. Number one, she wanted to hide her communications, which does not surprise me. Politicians don't want to be found out for what they really do, and that includes them all. Okay. Second, what if she was storing those secrets on that server and the Chinese had total open access to that? It's kind of like a backdoor way of letting them have access to those secrets. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm saying that, I mean, that could be a plausible possibility.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I think you would have to investigate those things, but you can investigate them because all of that disappeared.
Like that.
The phones were destroyed, the server was destroyed, all of it was wiped clean. Every bit of it. All the evidence was destroyed.
Is that what Epstein was going to bring up? And is that kind of why they killed him? Or did that have something to do with something else?
No, Epstein, that had to do with Bill Clinton and his propensity for liking young girls.
Oh, yeah,
That's
because that thing with Monica Lewinsky.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah, he evidently he didn't like Hillary no better than we did in 2016. So,
I mean,
but you know, I think there is a long history there. There is a deep, deep tie between them and the Chinese.
yeah, I think there's stuff that's coming up in like these elitist circles and which
Yeah, I mean,
let me
these people are selling us out. They're
yeah,
selling us out.
and there's what wait, wasn't there this thing was like
And me personally, I was when Trump first started running, I was afraid Trump would do it too. I really was.
Yeah, didn't he have one of they were scared that he was going to do something with Russia, right?
Yeah, I mean, they've always acted like, everybody's going to end up in a war with Russia. But I was concerned that Trump, he was a money guy. I was concerned that he would just continue down the path of selling us out to the Chinese. And, but he did not do that. He followed through with the stuff he said he was going to do. It was a delightful surprise. And that's when I really became a supporter of him. I originally started out not as a supporter of Donald Trump. I was against him. I've only voted one time in a primary, and in 2016, I voted in the primary in Virginia to not have Donald Trump as our candidate.
Wow.
The only time I ever voted in a primary was to vote against him. But I'm kind of like somebody I heard earlier today. They said they would wade through glass and saw blades to go vote for him, and I agree. I would again.
Yeah, that which I don't. That brings me back. Have you ever heard of Bohemian Grove? That whole thing that like happened with the whole ritual that they have that Bohemian Grove. It's a bunch of these leaders like Bill Clinton. It was Ronald Reagan and George Bush has been there. And this isn't like a conspiracy. This actually happened. And there's no press allowed. And it's not just people in America. People from China, people from Russia, people from Ukraine, all those countries. There was no press allowed, but someone snuck in.
No, 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 no.
I
Here,
think.
let me do this.
Yeah, you know.
Let me go. Let me just pull up Google here. Okay. Um, this is what you're looking for.
Bilderberg. Yep.
Yeah. Mm.
What do you know about that? Because didn't someone sneak in and take a picture of a bunch of people worshiping an owl statue? I know that happened.
I'm not sure about that. There have been a number of people um, try to infiltrate that thing and find out what's going on in there. Um, Pretty much, and I've heard you throw this name around, the Illuminati. Those people are a group on that. And then here's the third one of those terms that you end up seeing is the Council on Foreign Relations. This is also very closely related to that Bilderberg group. It's very secretive. These people they do this stuff too. So, and it's Republicans and Democrats alike go to these things. It's not like it's just liberal or it's just conservative. It's both of them. And unfortunately, there for a while, we had no matter what political party you vote in, you kind of ended up with the same result. That's pre-Trump. George Bush would sell us down the river just like Democrats would, like Bill Clinton would sell us down the river. It made no difference.
Yeah, that the whole thing.
Oddly enough, a little interesting side story on that. I took a cruise in 2019. No, 2020. The summer of 2020, I took a cruise. I went to the Bahamas. I went to Nassau, and then I went to an island called Freeport or Grand Bahama.
Mm-hmm.
And on the island of Freeport, Freeport is an industrial port. It's not a super touristy kind of a place. The port, when you pull into it, there's a bunch of oil tanks. It's kind of like an industrial port. They have these huge tanks of oil, and so when I was looking into that, I booked us a resort to go to on the other end of the island where it was pretty and the beach was pretty and all that stuff. So I get in a van to go down to that end of the island. Super nice guy driving the van. I was watching pretty carefully because I had mapped out the route that the driver should take because I'm kind of like that. You know, I got my family, I got my wife, I got my kids, and I'm sitting behind the driver and I'm thinking, you make a wrong turn and I'm going to choke you to death,
Oh yeah.
you know, because you're not going to take me in the woods somewhere
And that's why you got to be careful with that stuff, you know.
leave me lying because I knew the route. And so this guy, he's following the route.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, at the end of the day, he gave us phone number and he said, you call me when you're ready to come back to the ship. So we called the guy and said, hey, we're ready to come back. So we're coming down through there, coming down this road. And so I started asking him some questions about, you know, the different places and all these things. So, hey, what's that over there? What's this? What's that? So we get close to the port again. And I asked him about the big oil tank things. And he said, yeah, he said, those belong to George Bush. I was like, oh, cool. You know, because I mean, I knew he was an oil guy. Uh, Oddly enough, now think about this. In the Bahamas, they do not have income tax. They don't have tax structure. So you do know now why he has those oil tanks in the Bahamas. That way, he doesn't pay taxes on them. Former American president who does not pay taxes on that income. How about that? Isn't that interesting?
That's very, I mean, but like,
Taxes are good for me and they're good for your mom and for your dad and for you when you start working, but they're not good for him.
what do you think we should do about
It's
taxes?
funny how that works, isn't it?
What do you think we should do about taxes? Like,
Well,
do you think
think
we
about
need
this.
tax?
Let me go one more step with that thing. Guy, he looks at me and he says, you see that building over there? He said, you'll never guess whose building that is.
George Bush.
No. He said, that building that is next door neighbors, George Bush's oil tanks. And right next door to it, you know what it was?
What?
Bill Clinton's. It's the Clinton Global Initiative building. He told me that they make AIDS drugs in there. That's what they make in there. So you got this property belongs to George W. Bush and their neighbor, Bill Clinton. Now, isn't that convenient that they're neighbors?
That's, I mean, who knows? Because, like, you also
You
have
know,
that
when,
one thing that every one of them, even though they're against each other, actually they're all just working together. I don't know if you've heard that.
yeah, there's really kind of not hardly a dime's difference between them. It's, you know, it's a class of people that use the power of the government
Mm-hmm.
to take from you to enrich themselves. I mean,
Isn't that what Trump said? That the reason he doesn't pay a lot of taxes because, like, Hillary Clinton's donors do the same thing that he does? They
yeah,
engage
yeah.
in.
He takes advantage of the tax laws.
And
Yeah.
he said, if you want me to pay my taxes, change the tax code.
Change the laws. Yeah, exactly.
What do you think we
Yeah.
should do about taxes? Do you think taxes are necessary? Because, like,
Yes.
we don't. Yeah, I mean, but like as much as they're doing it now, like how much you have to pay tax on everything. You got to pay tax on cars, on freaking, all the
Yeah.
income that you make, even on like stocks and stuff. Don't you have to pay tax?
It's all kind of different. So this is one of those rare opportunities that I get to defend Barack Obama. You know, I mentioned at the very beginning that
Yeah.
there are very few times
About the
that I could
Osama, yeah.
ever be fair. I mean, I'm always fair,
Yeah, yeah.
but that I could be generous, you know, toward him and say something good about him. So he he made a statement. I believe it was in Virginia
Okay.
is when he made this statement, and man, the news just ran with this thing. And he was at like a press conference, and he made a statement about you didn't build that, you know, and he was talking about a business owner, and the conservative newscasts just ran with it like, you know, he was saying this business owner didn't build his business, and that's really not what was said.
Yeah.
In all fairness and in honesty, that's really not what was meant. What was meant by what he said was basically you didn't build that by yourself. For instance, you know, a car dealership. Okay, so you know, a guy, a girl, they buy a piece of property, they build a building, they pave the parking lot, they buy cars, and then they sell those cars, and they make money, and they work at it, and they build that business. But the question then becomes, would that business be a business without roads? Would it be a business without bridges?
No.
Who would buy a car if you could
Okay.
only drive it down to your front yard and back? No one.
Yeah.
You have to be able to have roads and bridges to drive them on. Well, how do you get roads and bridges?
You
Do
have to.
people pay for it? No. They
Okay.
pay for it with taxes. So you have to have taxes to be able to, you know, to do those kinds of things. And that's what Barack Obama was talking about. You know, in all fairness, that's what he was talking about. And so, yeah, I mean, taxes are kind of a necessary thing. Um, so then the argument, I believe, becomes could the tax system be fairer? Oh, you betcha.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
you
We.
betcha.
That's.
Yeah. I'll give you a good example of one that I've complained about for years. Uh, so trying to think of one that is relatable to the folks in our area. Um, um, okay, so you were in Pigeon Forge, you know, the past couple of days. Okay, in Pigeon Forge, there, did you while you were in traffic, did you notice, let's say, a truck that had a sticker on the side of it that said such and such business, and it was from Kentucky or
Hmm. I see.
Michigan
I see
or
stuff like.
Ohio.
I see stuff like that all the time.
Yeah, okay. So that truck is owned by a business. They have the ownership of that truck in that business 9 times out of 10. And because that truck is owned by that quote unquote business, all the fuel, all the maintenance, all of that stuff, you know, the oil changes, the tires, the brakes, everything for that vehicle gets written off of their taxes.
Yeah.
And the legal theory behind it is, well, it's a tool for them to make money. They have to have it in order to make money.
Let me switch screen to. I'm still yeah, but yeah, I see
Okay.
those.
So my argument is, well, the truck that I drive to work, I have to go to work or I don't get money. Why can't I take my truck off my taxes? But you can't.
That's a bunch of that.
How is that fair?
That's
How is that
not fair
right?
at all. That is.
And your mom and your dad, you know, does your mom and dad both work or?
They do. They
Yeah.
both do.
Okay. So and they work for like a place, not themselves, right?
Well, My stepmom, she works by like for herself, and my dad works for a insurance company.
Okay. So your dad might have a company vehicle, does he?
No, they actually don't. They have an office. But his boss, Jason Barnes, I don't know if you know him. He had a van that had Chilhowie Insurance Agency on it, but it wasn't really like something that he'd do business in, but he would drive it to work and stuff. So I guess if you count that, then yeah.
Yeah. So, that vehicle is owned by that business, and that's, they take that thing off their taxes, you know. But, if your mom and dad, if they drive their own vehicles to work, they can't take that off their taxes. Can't do it. And that is just so wrong.
Don't
It's
church vans get that too? Or is that something different? Because that when no,
so
the,
churches are totally exempt from taxes altogether
yeah, no,
because churches fit into a classification known as nonprofit organizations. They're like schools, the trade school there. Um, that school, the money that goes into that trade school is not taxed because it's nonprofit. It does not make a profit. It doesn't make money. It provides a service to the community as a whole. I actually, under the vast majority of circumstances, do not argue with and do not want to touch nonprofit, organizations. I would leave them
alone.
pretty much alone. Now, there are a few situations in which nonprofits cheat.
Yeah,
And look, I'm a pastor. I'm a church guy.
yeah,
Uh,
the Catholic
I'm
Church.
well. I'm thinking more along the lines of, like there's some of these TV preacher ministry places, and you've probably
Oh,
seen some
yep,
of those.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You get down to the end
David
of their
Jeremiah, David Jeremiah type of stuff.
well, you get down to the end of their program, and they're like, okay, we'll send you this book for free
Mm-hmm. If,
if
yeah,
you send us a donation.
yeah. So it's like you're paying for the.
So that's really dishonest because basically what they're saying is we're going to sell you this book for $29.95, but they know if they sell that book and make a profit, they just became not a nonprofit, they just became a profit making entity, and they will lose their tax exempt status. That's why they do it as, if you'll give us a donation, we'll give you a book.
Yeah.
And so I think, and I mean, I know that sounds like I'm being petty, but I just think it's fundamentally kind of
No,
dishonest.
I always
And I
thought
think
that
there are some.
because my grandpa watches a lot of that stuff. He like David Jeremiah and what's it Perry Stone? Is that the other guy?
Yeah. There's a number of
And
those.
he has a bunch of those
You know.
books too, and I'm like, something's not.
And the books are great and wonderful and all that. I'm totally for a ministry getting their word out, and getting their teachings out and all that.
Then you got stuff like the Vatican.
But when you've got that,
It's not really a donation.
that is that is something that's different. And you know, uh, some of these things they deal in huge amounts of money, and people get rich and stuff, and that's not what that was meant for. And so there are some abuses that I think could be corrected along those lines in nonprofits. Uh, but I tell you, I'm a big fan of some type of a fair tax. Uh, I'm totally open to the discussions of what kind, because there's all kinds of ideas have been floated uh, about, a one rate fits everybody income tax. There's people float the idea of a national sales
Well,
tax.
isn't the one thing that like does everybody? This could be just me being stupid, but isn't that where like everyone gets taxed the same?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
wouldn't that not be fair? Like, you'd have a doctor getting taxed the same. Or you'd have someone that like doesn't really do anything as work, and like just like a 18-wheelers and someone who just drives trucks. I'm not saying it's not hard work. I'm just saying compared to someone like a heart surgeon, that actually you have to be careful who you could like kill someone, go to jail and stuff. I mean,
Well, I mean, that's where the argument comes in that people make about a national sales tax. Because, take for instance, the two things that you just brought up, truck driver one hand, heart surgeon on the other. If you think about the heart surgeon, what does he buy? You know, he's got a Rolls Royce for a car instead of a Toyota.
yeah,
He, instead of a little small dingy, aluminum flat bottom John boat, he's got, a 50-foot yacht with, you know, servants on it.
yeah,
And so he spends more money. And the more money you spend, the more tax you pay. It's that simple.
that would be yeah.
In a sales tax situation, that's what happens. You spend the money, you pay the tax. And human nature is you make the money to spend the money.
And also, aren't we in debt like some $1 trillion? How much are we in debt? The U.S.
30 some trillion. I don't know what the number is right now, but
How are
it's
we supposed
30
to,
some
how
trillion.
how are we supposed to get out of that?
Um, so economists and Trump will argue, and I think rightfully so, we cannot tax our way out of that. It's not going to happen. For instance, there's a clip. There should be a clip. I can't believe Trump didn't say anything about it. But during the now infamous debate between Biden and Trump
Oh yeah.
a few weeks ago,
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Biden said that he wanted to raise a tax, and he was going to raise that tax, and over 10 years. Now you'll probably remember him saying this. He said over 10 years it's going to raise $500 billion, and he mistakenly said 500 million, and then he corrected himself and said $500 billion. Now I want you to think about that just a minute. I'm a math guy.
Yeah. I'm not.
Okay, 10 years, $500 billion. And he said, with this money, we're going to pay down the debt. We're going to provide health care for seniors, and we're going to provide child care for mothers, and we're going to do all this stuff. And I'm thinking, whoa, 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 whoa. 500 billion. That's a half of a trillion.
We're in debt 34 of those.
So,
Something like that.
how is half a trillion going to even touch 34 trillion?
It's not. And that's
And
over
then
10
on top of
years.
that, do this other. I mean, come on, man. Look, I'm not the greatest mathematician in the world, but you can't you can't take a nickel and trade it to somebody for $500 and say we had an even trade. That don't work, my friend.
Yeah. And plus, if that's over 10 years and that's 10 billion, it'll
Exactly.
take. And not even all of that is going towards the debt, because like you said, some of that's going to elders and like women and stuff. Not even all that.
Yeah.
So let's say realistically, $300 billion is going to the debt. The other 200 billion for everything else that he said. How long would that take to even get to 34 trillion? And plus, we keep going into debt. It's not like we're getting out.
Yeah,
Like
and it wouldn't cover the stuff he was talking about.
no.
It would when you start talking about healthcare is expensive.
Oh yeah.
It is a big deal. And 500 billion
Which
don't even touch it.
Canada has free healthcare, right?
Well, you know, you have to use air quotes for free. There is no such thing as free. Somebody has to pay for it.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to work to pay for it. I heard a guy one time. If you can find any of his broadcasts online, I would encourage you to listen to him. I thought he was a really smart guy. He was what they call politically a libertarian. His name is Neil Bortz. He used to have a radio show out of Atlanta, and he was a really smart guy. And he put it one time, one way I thought was something very intelligent. He he said, "Look, when it comes to the issue of taxation," he said, let's discuss this like it really is." He said, I want you to explain to me how much of my life I owe to you, how much of my life you are entitled to. Because in reality, money is time.
Yeah, I think
And,
that
and every human being has only a certain amount of
limited amount.
time. So, you know, and when someone wants your money, they want a chunk of your life.
Yeah.
If someone, well, you know how it is at school, kids come up to you, "Hey, man, can I borrow $1?"
No, yeah, I get. Yep.
Yeah. And that always drives me crazy because, number one, they don't mean borrow.
They mean just.
They mean give.
They always say, "I'll pay you back, bro."
Yeah, and it never happens. Very, very rarely, anyway. Um, but in reality, if you think about it, if you make, gosh, let's say you make $6 an hour. I mean, I know that's not even minimum wage these days, but $6 an hour, that means every 10 minutes you're going to get $1, and they're wanting 10 minutes of your life. The 10 minutes you had to spend to get that $1, they want that part of your life. And when you start thinking about it that way, it starts to become really important. How much of my life do some of these people think they are entitled to? I mean, we've got people, we all know people who, these people, they sit at home, they don't go work a job, but
welfare
they expect
or disability.
us to pay them to sit at home and watch Oprah Winfrey on TV.
Dr. Phil.
And they want us to buy them, as Oliver
Food
Anthony
stamps.
said. Yeah, as Oliver Anthony said, they want us to buy them bags of fudge rounds for them to sit around and drink Mountain Dew and eat fudge rounds all day while we go out and work.
That's not fair. There is.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any justification. I don't even think. I know there's two sides to every argument, bro. I don't think that one has another side. I think that one is just that shouldn't. Maybe the reason you're fat is because you're not working and you're sitting inside eating fudge rounds and drinking Mountain Dew.
Yeah. So and I think of it like this, if you've got a person and they're 600 pounds, and we've all seen them, you go to Walmart, you see these people, probably 7, 8 times out of 10, and I know, people, they get mad about this stuff.
Yeah, hold on.
But 7, 8 times out of 10, it's a woman, and she's riding down Walmart on one of these scooters, and it looks like her butt cheeks is going to swallow
Yep, the seat.
the scooter.
Oh my god.
I mean, it's almost like she's giving birth to the scooter itself.
I need to get that on a t-shirt.
And the two things this person doesn't need is time to sit around and do nothing, and more food.
Mm-hmm.
And those two things are the very things that the government gives her. In letting her draw a free check from the government, they're giving her all the time in the world to sit around and do nothing.
I know people like that. I have people like that in my family.
And they give them food stamps.
Oh yeah, I have people like that in my family.
To just eat more. I mean, those are the two things these people do not need. The two things they do need is to eat less and get more exercise. I mean, that is not rocket science.
Yeah, I think when it comes to you can't even walk in the store, you have to use a scooter. I think that's when you should be like, maybe I should maybe I should lose some weight.
Yeah, you know what the Bible says about that? The Bible says about that
Gluttony, right?
if you've got gluttony like that, you have a problem like that, you're put a knife to your throat. That doesn't mean that you're to kill yourself. It's a proverbial way of saying you got to stop eating.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
when when you're and look, hey, I I have just passed over into my 50s. I'm now diabetic. My diet's not the greatest in the world,
My dad is diabetic too. He has type 2. He's not
but
even big. He's like skinny. He got his because like I can't even remember. He's like
yeah, well, some of it has to do with our age and various things, and, but a lot of it is due to our diet. What we've done to our bodies through the years. There's a collective kind of an effect, and but I recognize, you know, used to before I was diagnosed with diabetes, man, I every time I went to the convenience store, I had to have a Snickers bar and a Dr Pepper.
mm-hmm.
Period. Now I go to a convenience store, I don't get a Snickers bar, and when I get a Dr Pepper, it's a zero sugar one.
Yeah.
It does not taste as good as it used to, but that's what I've got to do. I made that decision to change that. And unfortunately, a lot of these people, they do not want to make the hard choices. They want to just satisfy and gratify themselves, and they want us to pay the cost for it. And that's fundamentally unfair. I go back to the question that Neil Bortz asked: how much of my life do you deserve to get? And there's really
Yeah.
there's really not any that people deserve to get for just free unless you decide to give it to them for free.
Yeah, that's why I mean, like I said, I have people in my family that are exactly like that, and
We all do.
yeah, which diabetes runs in my family, so I'll probably have it when I get older. Not because I'm gonna be 5,000 pounds. I'm actually underweight. To be honest, I'm underweight, and I eat a. My thing is, I have the highest metabolism of
Oh
anybody
yeah,
in my family. I will
yeah.
eat. Cause and there's this thing, I'm like 15, going through puberty and stuff. I'll eat. There'll be like 1 week where I'll just eat all the time, all day, and like freaking 30 chicken nuggets, and then for supper have this freaking huge dinner. Right? I might be lucky if I gain a half a pound, and then I'll go another week where I just don't feel hungry at all. That is this week.
Yeah. I mean, I remember those days.
Yeah, and it's
You
like
know,
my metabolism is so high. Like I mean, I weigh like 125, which I think that's at least normal. But it used to be, it was like, it was like, you know,
yeah. Oh, I remember, but I think I might have weighed maybe like 130, 40 pounds. Yeah, probably 140 pounds, something like that when I graduated high school. And I remember I used to think, man, when am I ever going to gain some weight? You know,
get taller.
when, yeah, yeah. When am I going to get bigger? You and then once it happens to you at about 35 years old, you're thinking, oh man,
I
what
don't
am I
want.
going to do?
Yeah,
This stuff is piling on, and I can't do anything about it. I'm actually eating less than I was, but it's still sticking to me. But that's just that metabolism slowing down, and um, the big thing is, I would recommend to you young guys, be careful about your diet. Be really careful about it. You know, don't overdo stuff
yeah,
and sugared pop. Years ago, when I was probably like 27, 28, something like that, my dentist warned me about sugared pop. He said, "Look, you need to stop that. It's killing you."
hmm,
And he said, "Someday you'll have diabetes." And here I am.
yeah. I mean,
I should have listened to him, and I think it's important for you guys, that are young. I know you won't listen to me.
I try not to do it because Most of the time, I actually drink water. And the thing, I don't usually drink a lot of pop. When I
That's
do,
very good for you.
I drink
Yeah.
a lot of tea, a lot of sweet tea. Not a lot of sweet tea, but I usually either drink water or sweet tea. So, like today, I had a Pepsi, but I've had a lot of water today. So it's like doing it in moderation, you know. Like it
Yeah.
wouldn't be moderation if I was drinking 8 Pepsis a day and then had a little cup of water. Like every Pepsi, drink a bottle of water. That's basically what it cancels out, you know.
It helps. I mean, you're better off to have zero pop and stuff like that. But you are way better to drink much more water and then, have the occasional pop. That's a lot better way to do it. You probably won't notice much difference whatsoever
Yeah.
having the occasional pop. Uh, but it's really important to drink a lot of water. It's very important. And I'm not, I mean, you can drink too much water.
Yeah, which
A
I know.
person could drink enough water that it killed them. I
Yeah,
mean, that is possible.
isn't there a thing where you can like freaking who was it? Like is it that or, like eat too many apples or something like that? Where yeah, like drinking water too. Because which I don't drink 8 gallons a day. I drink like a few bottles a day maybe.
Hmm.
Or
Yeah, I
if I
mean,
don't have any bottles, I mean I'll drink tap water. I know a lot of people who are kind of like sketchy with tap water. I don't see a problem with it personally. But I don't usually drink it a lot. I usually drink like the bottled waters, like the Dasani. So well, I'm just naming out brands, but you know what I mean, like stuff like that.
yeah. Hmm.
And which my dad has type 2 diabetes. He can eat what he wants now, but because he did this thing, he doesn't take insulin anymore or anything, because he already was past that. He has type 2. I don't know if you have that or not.
Yeah, I have type 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
He
Did he start like taking that Ozempic shot or something
yep,
like
the
that?
shots every day. Yep. And then
My
now
doctor,
he doesn't do that anymore.
oh, he took it for a while and then now he's off of it.
Yeah, he doesn't have to do it anymore.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, my doctor wanted me to do that. My visit before the last one, because I'd had a bad visit. My sugar had went up, and I'm actually on the metformin pill. Um, and I told my doctor, I said, well, no, I don't want to do that right now. Because I know the problem was with my diet. It was with me. It was my fault. So let me correct that and let's see what happens. And sure enough, I did better about eating and things. And then my sugar was much more in a manageable area.
Which my dad now, like sometimes he has to take sugar. His blood pressure will get a little too low, so he'll have to drink them out and do. He'll have to eat something like a daddy cake or something that has sugar in it to rise it again. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I run into that sometimes. I was at Splash Country a few weeks ago,
Mm-hmm.
and I told my wife, I said, I've got to have something to eat. I feel my sugar going low. I just, because the metformin, it helps, to keep your sugar down. And if you're not careful, you can get low, and that's not good either. So you do have to keep an eye on it. But ideally, you're better off, through the years, watching your health and your diet and taking care of that
Yeah.
little by little rather than waiting to the very bitter end and hoping that a
Yeah.
pill or a drug will take care
Oh
of it.
yeah. I mean, I'm not with the drugs. I mean, because you know just as much as I do. You know, like how much would you say of the trade school at least vapes or smokes weed? How much would you, if you were gonna gamble on it? What percentage of the trade school? I'm willing to bet at least 90% of the people they would do it.
I don't think I would go that high, but I definitely would not bet below 60%. I would not go below 60%. I think probably the safest area would be somewhere in maybe the 70 to 75% range.
And
But it's very significant.
yeah, with that and stuff. Um,
But I
I
mean, to me, that then becomes um, a question of how do you stop that?
Yeah, I think because there's a lot of kids that I know that freaking watch me hit this joint, bro, or whatever. And I'm not friends with them. I only have like 3 or 4 main like friends I really need. I don't want anybody else. None of them do it. Um, and it's like, dude, what do you do? So you're bragging about doing this, but you're just gonna die in 30 or 40 years from lung cancer. If you don't
Yeah,
die, you're gonna be like in a very bad. Well, you wish you were gonna die. I mean, it's
yeah.
like, so what do you? What exactly are you bragging about? Oh, it helps calm me down. Well, isn't there other stuff you can do?
Oh yeah, there should be. I mean, I can tell you right now, about 15, yeah, 15, 16 years ago, had an uncle. He was about 56, I think it was. Um, I remember I was getting ready to leave to go down to Pigeon Forge, as a matter of fact. Uh, or was it the beach? I can't remember. I think it was Pigeon Forge. And I was getting ready to leave that Sunday after church and go down, take my family down for a week. Um, and I got word while I was in church that my uncle had passed. I went over by Damascus to go over and see him and my grandmother. My grandmother took care of him because he was divorced. And so I walk in, there he is laying in the bed. He didn't have any, he only had his canine teeth, and his tongue was just hanging out like a dog, just,
Mm-hmm.
where he had passed. And the reason he passed is he's a pot smoker, he's a pothead.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was his drug of choice. He's a wonderful human being. He was nice and cordial and everything. He wasn't like some violent drug offender or something like that. He was a nice guy. Spent a lot of time in prison,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean that was his thing. He liked to smoke pot. But he died of lung cancer. You know, and to these young folks at your age who just are insistent on this stuff, you know, um, you're by the time you're 55, before you're 60 years old, before you ever get to draw a dime of that Social Security that you pay in all those years, you're going to be dead.
Yeah, that's exactly. I
And
mean,
it's absolutely ridiculously stupid, in my opinion. You know?
yeah. I mean, I don't understand. Like, I mean, I know it helps some cancer and stuff, but the kids don't have cancer that are even doing it. They're doing it to either, like, one of two reasons, or one of three: either to look cool, to fit in, or to freaking peer pressure.
And there is another line of thought there, and that was kind of where I was going a minute ago about the whole idea of, um, how do you prevent it? Because that's how
Well,
I look at it and how I approach it.
a lot of it I know is the parents give it to them because you know, super parents or whatever, and it's like, dude, what are you doing, man?
Yeah,
Like my dad drinks some. Like he doesn't freaking get drunk every night, but like he might have like 1 or 2 Mick Ultras a night and stuff. Like it does help ribs and stuff, and plus he has back problems that helps with that. He doesn't come in here and is like, hey, here's a Mick Ultra, do this,
hmm
and he doesn't freaking get drunk where he can't even freaking walk. Like
hmm
1 2 a night. It's like freaking. That's exactly what these parents are doing. They're going in and they're giving it to their kids. One of them specifically, I know. I've been to the house. It's like, what are we doing, dude? And then you look at the parents, and they don't look good at all.
yeah,
5 teeth in their head, and like, where have I heard this before? This
yeah.
happens every time.
I had a. I'm gonna try not to be too precise about this, but I had a student one time whose dad um, really kind of okayed him, to do alcohol
Hmm.
and provided it for him and all this stuff. Today, he can't hold a job. He's on drugs. Something terrible. Something terrible. I saw him for the first time just a couple weeks ago. He looked awful. Oh my
Oh, dude.
gosh, he looked up. I mean, he looked like death walking.
Yeah.
It breaks my heart, But the parent, led him down that road, and I'm just telling you that it's going to be a bad end on that road, And he's killing himself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He'll probably be dead in the next 5 years.
I don't know.
I
It's
mean,
it's awful looking.
it's just
You know.
it has to do a lot with, I think, the parents' immaturity or whatever, you know.
Yeah. Well, and I think about, there's another, you were talking about the motivations for doing it. Some people like to look cool, and and some people like to experience the high and various things like that. But there's one motivation I think that people overlook that is super, super powerful, and that is just the factor of rebellion.
A lot of
Just
people do it just
because,
to be in that one to rebel, you know.
yeah, I mean, sometimes people do it because they're told not to do
Exactly.
it. And, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. The uh, sometimes people getting busted and running into trouble with the law, running into trouble with the school and stuff like that. Sometimes that will help them stop, but sometimes
It pushes them further.
in other people, it creates the desire to try to get away with it.
hmm
It does the opposite of what you're trying to do. Um, I don't know how you balance that, and how you deal with people. Uh, but
Like that one kid, Skyler. Did you ever hear about what happened to him? The dude that threw the hand sanitizer at the window or something.
yeah, yeah. I mean, eh, he run into all kinds of trouble with the law. He won't be back at our school, but he'll be in the school system. As far as I know, he'll be in the school system this year, but he won't be back at our school.
Yeah, that was insane. But I mean, yeah, it's
Yeah,
when
and I mean, and think about that. Think about,
all the opportunities he might miss.
yeah,
That could have changed his life. He could have grew up
yeah,
to being a
yeah,
machine tech guy.
yeah. We could have maybe helped him because you know I I made very specific special effort to try to connect with him
Yeah,
and
which
try to
you have to,
pull him in.
cause
Yeah, I wanted to pull him in, and if I could help him in any way, I wanted to try to help him in any way I could.
he could have grown up to be a freaking machine engineer and making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and not have to pay any of those taxes either.
You
But
never know.
but now he can't even do that. I mean, he probably could, but like now
Yeah,
he
but it's
has a
going to take him longer and cost him more.
yeah, and it's I don't know. I don't get why. You know how many times in my how long have I been? 10 years of going to school because I started kindergarten when I was 5. You know how many times I've been sent down to the principal's office for getting in trouble or having to do with something with trouble?
Maybe once or
Zero
twice.
times.
Zero.
Never been called to the office. I've been called to the office. Hey, you going to check out or something? Hey, you need to come pick this up. Never
Mm.
been called down there because I got in any trouble. Because I just sit there and just listen, and I just listen to music and do my work.
Mm.
It's not that hard. But then again, you have to realize some kids are wired different. You know, like that's
Yeah.
not going to be everybody. I mean, everyone's not going to just sit there and listen to music and be quiet like I am. You know, try to be good and stuff. Um,
Yeah, I mean, this guy, he likes the attention.
mhm.
I mean, that's really what that
He
boiled down
probably
to.
doesn't get it at home, to be honest. That's why he has to try to get it from school.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily just a school thing. He wanted his peers and people he considered to be his friends and his acquaintances. He wants the attention. He wants to be the center of that
He
attention.
wants to look cool and stuff.
Yeah, and you know, unfortunately, um, he's got the wrong kind of attention,
hmm
and now, and it could have been bad. I mean, there I was in that room, and there was discussion about charging him with a felony, and fortunately for him, that didn't happen, but not because there weren't some people who did want it to happen.
Were you one of those people?
Uh, I was probably a little more on the fence.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
I
I kind of felt like, even though he said some pretty horrendous things,
Yeah, didn't he tell Mr. Bailey he was gonna kill him or something?
Mr. Hatfield. He told him he was going to kill him, But I don't know. I've been around a lot of kids, and
Because he used to work in a counselor thing, right?
yeah, and a lot of times when kids say stuff like that, they're just blowing off steam.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't really mean it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect him to actually do that, which
I personally don't expect him to either.
but then again, I mean, he's not. I'll say this in a nice way. He's not mentally retarded. He knows that you're not allowed to hit a police officer. He knows that you're not supposed to grab a hand sanitizer, rip it off the wall, and throw it through the door window. He should know that. He's older than me. I mean,
yeah, I mean, he should. Yes, he should. But he doesn't, because I mean, that was the real issue. Is when the police came to take him out, he fought back, and that's assault on a police officer, and that can be a felony, and he could have been charged with that. He was very close to being charged with that. So,
Did you ever see the TV or the camera footage from that incident? Or does camera footage of that incident exist, or is it now lost to me?
No, I'd say it does exist. Yeah, I do know that it did exist at the time because that footage was sent to the sheriff's department. So yeah, and there were a number of incident reports that were sent. I wrote one of those because that's what you have to do. It's part of my job.
Is that the worst outburst or like thing that you've seen happen at that trade school? Like something like that, like where you wouldn't get in trouble like bad and the cops have to be called. Is that the worst one you think you've seen?
Yeah, it's the worst one I've seen,
What
or
about
the worst one I've been a part of.
what about the what about your days as a counselor in that little place that you were telling us about? Because didn't you tell us that girl tried to frame you for raping her, and then they looked at the camera footage and you were standing at the end of the hall,
Yeah.
just standing there with your arms crossed while your wife was doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah. No, I've seen some pretty bad stuff there.
have you seen anybody get like stabbed or cut or
Yeah.
possibly shot?
No shooting. Because I mean, we checked kids when they came into the facility.
And what was that facility? Did they stay there? Was it like a little apartment complex or an overnight camp or something?
No. They were locked in there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Yeah. They were behind magnetically locked doors. And
So it was that bad. Those kind of bad kids.
yes. So I had one time a girl from North Carolina. She had went home on a home pass. She'd came back in, and of course, when they came in, we did searches on them and their belongings. And in her belongings, she had a pack of razor blades. And when the people who searched her, which was the weekend crew, when they confronted her about it and said, well, what are you planning on doing with the razor blades? She was going to use them to slit my throat.
Yours?
Yep, me.
Oh, is that the same girl that was like, he raped me, bro?
No, it's different.
Why was she? Why was that one girl just going after you?
The one with the razor blade?
Yeah.
Because she had a girlfriend.
Like a girlfriend, or just a friend that's a girl?
A girlfriend.
Lesbian. Okay.
And they had broke down a door one day and had went to attack a fellow staff person that was kind of a petite, kind of small woman. She was only like 5,
shorter than me,
4, 3, something like that, and she only weighed probably like 130 pounds or something. And there was like 4 or 5 of them went to attack her, and the girlfriend, she was pretty heavy. She's probably like 260, 250, something like that.
How old?
She was like 17.
Oh my god!
And yeah, she and the other ones came after her. The code was called. I responded to the code. I went out the back door at just the right time, caught them as they were chasing her, and the one, the girlfriend, uh, she she was the first one along through there, and I just kind of hugged her and then body slammed her on the ground, and then that's when the other one didn't like me because I put a stop to that foolishness pretty quick. When they seen that, they were like, "Uh oh, this dude means business," and I did. I meant business. I'm not
Yeah.
going to let you hurt people like that.
Yeah.
That
Especially
you know,
something that's that small.
yeah, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And so then
That's
she,
like me going up to a fifth grader and freaking asking them to fist fight. It's not really fair.
but in reality, the staff who found the razor blades, they really did that girl a favor because if she'd come at me with a razor blade,
You
yeah,
would have probably.
I'd have rocked her world.
You would have hit him with that. Boom.
Hmm.
Oh my! And you wouldn't have got charged either, would you? Or would you?
I might have. I doubt it.
I think that to
Because
me, because if
what
she,
jury really would convict me? I
yeah,
mean,
but
really,
why?
you
Why?
got someone coming at you with a razor
I
blade.
don't think that should even be a question like, should we send them to jail? Should we not? I think if someone's coming at you with a razor blade, it doesn't matter who it is, freaking, right
Yeah,
there in the face.
that's the way I see it. And I told them on repeated occasions. I had a group, and I'm trying, and one or two of those was in that group. Um, I had a group of 10 of them one day. I was working on a dormitory by myself and had 10 of those girls, and they were tough. Those girls were tough, buddy. And um, they didn't want to line up to go to uh, the lunchroom. And before we transitioned to the lunchroom, they had to line up in a certain way so that people wouldn't be touching one another and
Yeah.
starting trouble and starting fights and all that stuff. And they had to be in order and all that. And they wouldn't line up. And I just told them, I said, well, look, if you don't line up, you don't get lunch. Simple as that. You know, I'll take a break and go get lunch. Y'all can starve. I don't care. Don't make me no difference. And one of them said, well, how about we just jump you, take your keys, and then we go eat lunch? And I said, well, you know,
You can
I'm not,
try.
yeah, I said, I'm not stupid enough to think I can whip all 10 of you. I mean, I think y'all could get it done. But I said, here's your problem. The first two of you, I'm going to put in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to go first?
I bet no one spoke up.
Then I didn't have no takers because they knew I meant exactly what I said.
Yeah.
And I told them, I said, look, I'm just telling you, I came to work here with no bruises, no scratches, no cuts, no nothing. And that's the way I'm going home.
Yeah. I mean,
And
that's exactly what I would do. But
if I have to beat your brains out for
you
me to
will.
go home to my family, then
Yeah.
bye bye to your brains.
As simple as that. I don't know why people. And then of course you're gonna have people. Well, you shouldn't do. They're just girls or whatever. And it's like those people do just gotta freaking. They need to be
Yeah, I mean,
found, thrown out, and destroyed. It's as simple as that. Because like
it's a simple matter of self defense and self preservation. You know, I do not believe anyone uh, that goes to work deserves to leave that job and leave there worse than they came. I do not believe they have to tolerate being assaulted by somebody. I believe that person has the right to defend themselves. Now, there are occasions that it's a little bit different. Um, I understand, and I had occasions where kids attacked me, but I understood why they were attacking me. And I didn't retaliate in any shape, form, or fashion. Their best interest was what I was concerned with. You know, uh, had a guy hit me one day. He's the only one that ever hit me, and it was on accident. He was swinging at another guy, and he apologized to me like crazy afterward. And I'm like, look, man, you didn't mean to hit me. You weren't trying to hit me. And I have no hard feelings because you wasn't trying to hit me. You know, and I think you have to understand. As an adult and as an authority figure, somebody in a position like that, you have to understand what's really going on. Because one of the things I always really tried to live by was I never wanted to accuse a kid of something that they didn't do.
Oh yeah.
I don't think there's any worse thing you can ever do to a kid than to accuse them of something that they really didn't do.
Hmm.
I would rather see that kid get by with something, you know, totally get by with something that's wrong than to be falsely accused.
Oh yeah.
Because if they get by with something,
They'll eventually get caught.
yeah, and it might not even be a situation where there's any harm ever done.
Yeah, like stealing a candy bar from a candy store.
Yeah, sometimes the guilt of it,
Will
they're
get to
like,
them.
they're like, man, I ain't doing that no more. I
Did
don't like that.
Did you ever have anyone at the place that you worked at, like any kid, come up to you and like literally try to hit you, or jump on your back, or freaking like swing at your legs, or kick you, or bite you, or anything like that?
Oh yeah,
Did they
every
ever?
day.
Every day.
Yep.
I wouldn't have put up with that. Someone would have got knocked out. I couldn't do that, Mister. You were a better man than I am, Mr. Blackburn. I would
Yep.
not have done that. But how did you So wait, tell me about the girl. Whatever happened to that girl that said that you raped her? Like,
Well, I mean, she eventually went home. So, and after that, I have no idea
wait, what
what
was the
really
story with
happened.
even that? Was it because you were trying to tackle her because she was trying to stab? What?
No, she uh, she was just super lazy. Uh, she she was actually a part of a time of the history of that facility that the kids had been acting so bad when I first got there. They didn't even go to school. They just stayed in their rooms all day long. And so we were in a transition period that we were trying to get them acclimated to going to school and getting in a daily routine of, you clean yourself up, you take care of your room, you go to school, you do what we called ADLs, which are activities of daily living. And she didn't want to get with the program. She didn't want to go to school. She wanted to lay in bed and sleep all day. Well, that you can't do that in real life.
Yeah,
And so we were trying to get her.
unless you're fat.
Yeah, we tried to get her programmed to the idea that you got to get up and do stuff. And she was refusing to get up and go to school that day. So um, I kept one staff person from that group up there, and I sent my wife in there. Uh, Sent them in there and told them, get her dressed. If you have to dress her, go ahead. If she becomes combative, we'll put her in a hold, but eventually she's going to school.
Yeah.
You know, it's not optional. She's going to school. And so, sure enough, my wife, the other staff person, and then one other person I had to come up and observe. Um, the one woman stood at the door. My wife, the other woman, went into her bedroom, started to dress her. Fight broke out. I started hearing furniture and stuff hitting. And at that point, very decisively at that point, I waited for that to happen. I decided, okay, this is enough. I'm going in there to get involved now because uh, generally, from my experience as a supervisor there, if a physical altercation went on for about 30 seconds or so, the chances of someone getting hurt, a staff person getting hurt, like a broke finger or a broke toe or a broke
Yeah, it
leg or arm or
increases.
something, it exponentially increases. The longer that fight goes on, the, the worse it gets. And so I waited for about 15, 20 seconds or so. And then I'm thinking, okay,
This has
and
got
I
to
could
stop.
I could hear it. I could hear it starting to involve furniture and stuff, and I'm thinking, okay, this is it. This is not going any further. So I went in there We had like a kind of like a wrestling move kind of a thing that's called a protective hold. I put her in the protective hold. She de-escalated, calmed down, got dressed, went to school, went to her therapist's office. Uh, in the therapist's office, was allowed to call her mother and say that I'd went into the room with her while she was alone and naked, and the police came. Or well, her mother contacted the police in her hometown out on the coast of Carolina, and then they had contacted the police in the town there where the facility was, and they had contacted the administrator. The administrator contacted me and told me not to go by there, that they would take care of things in the morning. Um, and so, she tried to have me falsely arrested, but it just wasn't true. I mean,
They saw the footage. They
yeah,
saw you saying it. They were like,
and I'm going to bet they showed her the footage too. Maybe, I don't know, but it's like, look, here's a woman standing at your door. Here's the two women going in your door. Oh, and look over here. Here's the guy you said went in your door with you alone. There are three witnesses here to prove that is not true. Do you want to change your story now? And sure enough, the story changed. You know,
did she ever apologize to you? Or...
no,
No.
no.
Did you ever talk to her
But
after
she
that?
didn't. Yes, absolutely. I treated her good after that. Um, she had a love of frogs. She loved frogs. And my wife and I, we all the time would print off frog coloring pages. And we would give her frog coloring pages when she did the things that we wanted her to do. You know, if she, you know, come to school and done her work, we'd find, the most exotic kind of frog coloring page that we could find to reward her for doing the right thing. And so I treated her good. I
Did you
treated
ever?
her with respect.
Yeah.
Uh, every one of them I ever dealt with, same way.
Sorry.
Yeah, I treated them with respect because I mean that's the way to
Yeah.
that's the way really to help them.
Did you ever have? Now, this is probably a problem. This is a problem that you guys probably ran into. Having all those girls there, and some of them being lesbian. Did you ever have any like things gone sexual? Did you ever? I mean, I'm sure you guys had to worry about like stuff getting unless you had the kids in their own room. Then I guess you wouldn't have to worry about anything.
No, sometimes they were very often they were two to a room. Very often.
Did you guys have to worry about any of that going on?
Yeah, we did. We listed uh, kids as what we called SAO, sexually acting out. So if those uh, um, we kind of I monitored those things a lot, and if we suspected, if we started to suspect that there was a kid that was grooming another kid for physical touch, then we would take appropriate actions. We would move them to different dormitories. We'd move them out of that room. We'd do all kinds of different things just to say, hey, can't be doing that. You know, you want to pass notes and you want to talk and blah 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 blah. You do you. But when it comes to physical touch, yeah, we're not
Even
going
if
to
it was
tolerate that.
both consensual, that still was not allowed.
Well, see, the problem is, the legal age of consent.
Oh yeah, 18. Did y'all ever have any 18-year-olds in there? Who is the oldest
Yeah.
17?
Well, once they turned 18, under 99.9% of the time, there were very few exceptions to that. 99.9% of the time when they turned 18, uh, they aged out of our program and they had to go to like a group home or their home or something. We had to find some kind of a plan for them to be either on their own or at a group home.
What was the craziest experience that you ever had there? Like the most wild, crazy oh no, this is going really bad, really fast kind of experience that you haven't told?
Um, hmm. Honestly, the very first day that I went to work, uh, I walked in, and you go in, and we had keys to open the locks, and and I opened the lock, went in, got on the elevator, went up the elevator. The elevator doors open, and then there's a room there we call the COC room, Center of Command. But it's basically kind of like a meeting place, a staging place for staff people. We would have meetings there before we were assigned our dormitories and went on those dormitories to work. And when I looked to the right, there was a door that went onto the male dormitory. I looked to the left, and it was a door that went onto the female dormitory. Both of those doors were screwed shut with boards. I mean, you got to imagine this in your mind. They're screwed shut with boards.
Yeah.
Can you imagine going down the school hallway and the doors that let you out of the building have boards across them, and they're screwed tight where no one could get out?
That's
I mean,
insane.
yeah, it is. What if there was a fire?
Exactly. What if someone got like a
And
laser blade or something?
how bad are people
Oh,
that
people,
you
yeah.
have to screw the doors shut? They already have magnetic locks on them, but how bad are the people that you have to screw boards on the doors to keep them contained? And I thought, what in the world have I got myself into?
How long ago did you leave that place? Like stop being a part, like stop working, volunteer.
Uh, so, like, I've been at the school teaching for like 12, 13 years. And I did counseling for about 2 years before that. So it's been about 15 years now.
Have you ever been back there? You know, like to see people or like to visit it or something?
No, not really. Yep. No.
Okay, I'd like to go to that place and just walk around and see what's going on. You know.
I have a sister who works there right now, oddly enough. Uh, my very youngest sister actually is employed there. Um, so when I left, there was kind of some changeover of the administration. The boss people, the people that tell people what to do. There was some changeover there, and I didn't like the direction that it was headed. It was just not going in a good direction. It was kind of like headed in a direction that the kids could just beat you up and you couldn't do nothing about it. And I was like, nah, it's not me. Mm-mm.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
which yeah, that place. I mean, I remember you telling stories about it and stuff, and I mean,
And
yeah.
it did go in that direction. I mean, I guess it's only been probably 3 or 4 years ago now that I heard a story about
Spill the
there
beans.
there was a staff person on a male dormitory and had took a group up to the rec field, and some students and jumped him and beat him up.
Like bad, or like just.
It was beat up. I mean, they're not going to stop until you're bruised and bleeding. So,
That's insane. Like I don't
and
know.
it could be worse than that. I mean, I have been in situations where furniture broke and they would come at you with a board to stab you.
Has that ever happened to you?
I've been in the room. I haven't had one come at me with it, but I've been in the room of other staff people where they went after them.
I wonder what makes these kids do that. You know, because me myself, and this is not me bragging or anything, I consider myself to be a pretty laid back, chill person. Not the type who's like feel those estrogen levels rising, but just down to earth. You know, just like pretty chill. I stay in my room. I play my stuff. I record videos. I try to make money. I mind my business.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I could never see myself even like because I never get in trouble. I couldn't tell you the last time I actually got grounded for anything.
Yeah.
Not because I get away with stuff. It's just because I know how to act. I literally there is nothing that I do. I have nothing on my phone. Nothing on these. I don't do anything that's illegal. I don't smoke anything. Drink anything. I don't do anything that would even have the possibility of me getting in trouble. Because I like
Well,
having stuff.
most of the time, the difference is made in you become a lot like the people that you are around. The people that you're around the most, you very gradually become a lot like them. I had a professor in college who said it this way. He said, "Choose your friends wisely because you are becoming who they are." And that is some insanely good advice. These kids came from backgrounds where they had no good role modeling. You know, you, on the other hand, you say, I don't do these things. Well, one of the things that tells me is that your parents have modeled before you the right kind of behavior.
Yeah,
You didn't even have to be told it. You saw it. You
yeah.
saw it demonstrated
Which my dad's
that.
like me. He just stays in his room. He leaves people alone that he has to. And that's I'm kind of like I could never see myself even having to be going to this facility, let alone trying to stab someone for
Yeah.
doing nothing. Like now if someone breaks into my home with a gun or something, then of course, yeah, I'm gonna stab him. But that's who's not. If you had the
Yeah.
chance. But I could never see myself doing that. So I don't know. I mean, it might just because I'm 15. I don't understand stuff like you do because obviously you worked in. I don't know what makes these kids do that stuff.
So, I'm big on not allowing people to just waller, in their excuses.
Mm-hmm.
I'm big about holding people accountable for the decisions that they make. But at the same time, I also recognize that uh, conditions that people live in do affect how they act. So, give you a couple of for instances. Um, had a girl that uh, in her family, her brothers had put her in an oven and turned it on.
What?
She was severely scarred.
Oh my
Her
god.
brothers put her in an oven, in an electric oven, and turned it on. Now you think about that a minute. You're inside of an oven trying to get out. You're fighting for your life. Literally, you're fighting for your life. And so it doesn't come as a shock and a surprise when this person becomes combative very quickly.
Yeah.
Because you know what I'm saying? That is a different kind of situation than most any other human being has ever seen. And so things are different. And you try to work with that. You try to meet that person where they are and you try to say, look, I know what you've been through. And I know you don't like what I'm telling you, but you have to understand me telling you what I'm telling you is not the same as, your life is in danger. And sometimes they don't get that concept, and it takes a while. Um, and it takes the right kind of people uh, that know how to approach people,
Yeah.
to not trigger things to make them worse. They can help them realize that whoa, let's slow it down a little bit here. Let's back off a little bit here. Things are not as bad as you think they are. I remember when I very first went there, and the doors were boarded shut. I went on finally I had to go back down, go around a set of stairs, come back up, and I went on one male dormitory, and the uh, the kids were separated. The males, I don't think the females were, but the males, they were actually separated by race. On the first dormitory was the Caucasian guys, and then there was a door in between those two dormitories. And on that next dormitory, of course, were, the African guys. And in between them, on the doors, was furniture piled up to keep them from getting at one another. They were engaged in an active race war.
Wow.
And so my job that day was to go and work on the second dormitory, which was the guys, that were the African guys. So I go over there, and much to my surprise, there's a white guy, and I thought, this don't make sense.
I'm
I
not.
thought,
I'm not
I,
laughing because I think the situation is funny. I'm laughing because it's such a curveball.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. I mean, you're totally in left field. You're thinking,
well, like
I
what?
thought this was a race war, so why would this guy be right in the middle of this? It just does not make sense. But come to find out, um, this guy was over there because on the white guy dormitory, he was just getting beat up all the time. Uh, and of course, I found out in short order that within a few days he was getting beat up over there too. Um, and what it boiled down to was he he wouldn't shower. He stunk beyond belief. Would not shower, and it was just as awful. It's just awful. Uh, Now, keep in mind, this is when I very, very first started there. I didn't start out as a supervisor. I started out as just a regular worker. And so I didn't have access to a lot of the information you know, that I later gained access to as a supervisor. And come to find out, this guy uh, had been repeatedly raped by his own father and had been raped in the shower. And so he would not shower. He would
Now,
not.
okay. Now it make now. Yep.
Yeah, you see how that makes sense and how the connection is there. And, you know, and you talk about a challenging thing to try to undo something that was done by an emotional feeling that was so strong. I mean, most of us will never understand the idea or the concept of being, as a male, as a
Being
man,
raped.
being raped by your own father. You know, being raped is one thing, and that is a awful tragedy.
Yeah. I think those people. I think rapists should be like. I think it should be trial on Friday, chill on Monday. Like they shouldn't be sitting around in jail for 30 years while, not I would say we, but like you and my dad are paying for them to sit there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, um, I'll tell you something you should watch um, on Netflix. You got Netflix?
I do. I have it. I have everything. Yeah, I have Hulu, Netflix, Prime Video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have everything.
Okay, so there is a series on Netflix called Making a Murderer. You really need to watch that. I encourage people to watch that thing.
Oh yeah, I'll check out everything that you tell me to.
Yeah, that you need to watch that thing. It's about a guy in uh, Wisconsin that gets accused of murder, and he spends like 15, 18 years in prison, and come to find out he was not guilty.
Yeah, that stuff right there. That
So, I mean, think about what you just said. You know, you try them on Friday, you fry them on Monday.
Prime, Prime.
In that guy's case, that would not have been good.
I mean, if
You
we
know
have
what I mean?
like if we have slam dunk proof, like there's a video of it or there's freaking pictures and stuff like that. Like, and these serial killers too, they shouldn't be on death row because, like, if it's proved and we have concrete slam dunk evidence, then yeah, try them and fry them. We don't. Why would they? Why do they need to be sitting? Because they're gonna get killed anyway, and they're gonna
No,
be in jail for life.
I think there is a level of truth to that. You know, if this evidence is absolutely irrefutable, you know, there is no question. There just not even the remote possibility of a question. Then yeah, I don't really see in delaying the inevitable. I really don't. Uh, so I think there is a good balance to be had there, but I do also.
Or even if that's too harsh for the wimps that we have on Twitter, why don't we get all these people that are on death row have lives of 40, 50 years? They should be working 24 hours a day, like doing construction and road work and stuff, because then that's going to the government. You can lower taxes on the people. It's free labor. You have them work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and you feed them 3 times a day, and they work. They don't work 24 hours. They work like half the day, and then the other half they get to the jail, shower, eat, and freaking go to bed, rest up. Think about it. Life would be miserable. And then you have these laws and stuff like drunk drive. What is a DUI now? Like a slap on the wrist and like a $50 fine. To me, first DUI, $3,000 fine. Second DUI, $5,000 fine, 30 days in jail. Third DUI, license gets took, 10 years in jail. If you start putting rules in like that, who's going to be drunk driving? Who's even going to take that risk?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing you talked about is the important thing. You, you have to make prison, jail,
Yeah.
but mainly prison. You have to make it where it's not enjoyable. It's not a place you want to go. And um, yeah, I do believe that I don't say it the way you say it, about free labor, because that kind of reminds you of the concept of slavery, but it's not. Um,
These are
if
innocent
you
people.
frame it and you frame it in the sense of, they've got to pull their fair share, they've got to earn their keep. That's not slavery. I mean, that's just
Yeah, like
them.
let's say someone, let's say the dude, the dad of the dude that got raped in the shower. If we can't try him and fry him when there's concrete evidence that he did it, and there's no way that it was someone else. Oh, he's framing me. If the proof is there, and we can't try him and fry him, yeah, he should be working 10 hours a day, or like 14 hours a day. Get 10 to go shower, rest, and eat and stuff. And then you can lower taxes on the people. It's free work for the government. I don't see how that's not slavery, because like slavery, like with African Americans, those were just innocent people. Like you were born into slavery, like born into slavery. This, I feel like it's not. I feel like it's paying
Yeah,
off your debt.
yeah, you have a responsibility to, if we are going to feed you and house you and give you medical care, you have a responsibility to us to pay some of that back, to do your part. And I mean, 14 hours a day is probably too much, but absolutely 8 hours a day is the bare minimum.
Yeah, somewhere 8, 9,
You
10.
should be you should be just like you're working a job. Because, if you're going to go in there and work a job and not get really anything for it, but out here you can work a job and make a living, people are motivated to stay out here and do the right thing. That's, to me, that's the big issue, is the issue of motivation. We've got to motivate people to do the right thing.
Yeah, and it's like that's yeah, that's what people do. Because like, what is freaking DUI? It's a slap on the wrist. You can go out and we can break into stores, riot and stuff. You don't get any punishment. I've heard of what's another one? Freaking theft. What do you ever hear of anybody going to jail for theft anymore? It's like if you.
No, a lot of times they don't even charge it now.
I'm not talking about a kid robbing a candy store like a freaking gumball. I'm talking about like old, like people stealing old folks out of their retirement money and stuff like that. You know, like people, especially people that like get on their card and stuff and try to steal money from your bank account. That should be at least 40, 50 years in jail. Well, that's too harsh. Well, yeah, if it's that like that, who's going to be doing that? No one's going to be doing that. Like the thing I said with DUIs. If you have laws like that, where it's very harsh, everyone's going to be scared to drink and drive. I mean, I don't see how that's a... But yeah, I could go out and get absolutely hammered. I could drive home. I might not even get... The cop might see me and he'll just be like, eh. Or if he does catch me, so what, a $10 fine? Something. I don't even go to court most of the time. I just pay it there. You know, it's like if you start putting in laws like that, no one's going to be doing anything. Everyone's going to be too scared to do anything.
I mean, fear is a pretty good motivator in a lot of occasions, but you know, some things the allure of doing it is more valuable than the fear, you know, of the consequences. I mean, obviously it's true because people still go to prison. You know, I mean,
you wouldn't have as much though. You know,
you think about like a child molester. So we all know, and I've got a problem with this, you know. So let me ask and frame this first question this way. Um, what happens to child molesters in prison?
they either they get killed. A lot of them get beat up, who jumped, or killed, or murdered. I saw that so many times on. I mean, like child rapist gets murdered in jail.
Yeah.
I mean, do I think it's right? I mean, I would say. I mean, what do you feel about that? Like these child molesters getting murdered in prison and stuff. Because that's one of the worst. Like murderers and stuff don't get murdered, and like other people like that. But if they find out you're a child molester or a rapist or something, especially with children, you're done. There's a reason they have to put you in a separate part of the jail or the building.
Yeah, and most of the time, before any of those things are done, a child molester will be raped in prison.
Payback. Yeah. Not that it makes it right. It's just.
Yeah, but you know, when I asked that question, I wanted to get to this kind of a concept, and that is, you know, you hear about it in the news, you hear about it on the streets. Everybody knows. And if everybody knows, aren't we as a society, aren't we kind of allowing that very crime to be committed? And we know it. I mean, I feel like that, you know, if we have a person going to prison and it's kind of like, we know what's going to happen to him. We know it. I feel kind of guilty about that.
But then you got to look at what he did. Like, imagine a dude that spent 5 years just raping innocent babies, like stealing from their mom.
I know.
And you know that he might get murdered in prison because you know the justice system isn't going to do anything about it. They'll keep him alive for another 40, 50 years or until he dies.
Well, I think the issue and the way I think about it is, you know, if the punishment is not appropriate, then we need to change the punishment. We need to do the thing that we think is right, and we need to make sure that that's done. And if it ain't right, then we need to change it. But I don't like the idea of, okay, we're going to let one criminal or a gang of criminals do what we're too weak to do. I don't like that idea. I just really don't like that idea. Um,
How many people get the death penalty nowadays? It's like nobody gets it. You never hear
not
anybody.
many.
You might hear one person get it every 2 months or something.
Yeah, it's very rare anymore.
Like, what do you think would have happened to the Trump shooter if he would have survived and went to jail? Do you think they would have given him the death penalty? I guarantee they'd give him life in prison. But do you think they would have given him the death penalty? And if they did, not for another 20, 30, 40 years. I mean, why does he need to stay alive? I mean, if you're gonna kill him, why should we have to pay taxes? Or not we, because I don't pay. You guys have to pay taxes to keep him alive for another 30, 40 years when inevitably they're going to kill him. That's like me, like knowing I have to go hammer up a poster on my wall. And I have to, like, wait, I'm trying to think of you know what I mean though? It's like me, for like a homework paper. Let's say I have a paper that's due in 6 days. Why would I not want it? Why would I not do it now and get it done and over with, and then just keep? Why would I? Why would I keep it blank for 5 days and then do it when I could have just done it right then? Because it has to be done anyway. It's gonna be done anyway. So what's the point of not doing it right then? You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's the same exact thing. But
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the idea of relying on something that is not uh, official. Yeah, I mean, in reality, I think it's unconstitutional. Because the Constitution says that 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 people can't be made to suffer cruel or unusual punishment, and to you and I, as men, as males, there's not hardly anything any worse than to go into a situation like that and be raped.
oh yeah,
I mean, that is I believe, the absolute definition of cruel and
mm-hmm.
unusual. But we turn a blind eye to it as a society. I mean, comedians make jokes about it, movies talk about it. You know, it's part of popular culture. We know it goes on, and I think we are complicit in allowing that criminal activity. And I just think it's a major issue. I really just don't like it. But I do think that the punishments for crimes need to be serious enough to deter the crime. That's that's the whole purpose for it. Otherwise, it's really of no value. I mean, if it's not going to make the person uncomfortable enough to not do it in the first place, then it's not of any real value.
Yeah, that's and like I don't know. It's the legal system is messed up anyway. But yeah, I completely understand because, like I said, there's two sides to every story, you know. And
Mm-hmm.
there always I believe that there is an exception to every single rule.
Yeah, I mean, I advocate this a lot. Um, at my church, I talk about this all the time. And for whatever reason, it seems like I come back to this and back to this and back to this. Throughout the Bible, and I believe just in life in general, the uh, the sweet spot, if you will, of life, the good life, the best life, the profitable life. It's a life where people meet the ability to be able to balance. They find balance.
Mm-hmm.
You can be too strong and authoritarian, and at the same time, you can be too supportive and too nice.
Yeah.
There has to be a balance. I think it was. I seen a video of Jordan Peterson,
Oh, I
who
love him.
who I think he really kind of express this, and boy, he has a way of expressing things.
I love Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
But you probably heard this quote if you listen to a lot of this stuff. He said, a man, the essence of being a man is he should be an absolute monster. He should be a vicious monster that is the most dangerous of all things. But he should be that and keep it under control. He said, it doesn't do, and that's not the exact words, but it's kind of that thought.
Yeah, I've heard something like that from him before. Yeah,
and what that is it's saying that a man should be balanced.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's really what that's saying. And I have made a very specific effort in my life to be able to achieve that balance in all different kinds of ways. Like with my kids, raising my kids. One of the funny things happened here not long ago. My oldest son, he posted a meme on TikTok, and I don't know if you remember the movie Major Payne. You remember that?
I've heard it before.
Okay, so
I don't think I've seen it, but I've heard it before.
There's an old movie. It's a great movie, funny movie, by an actor by the name of Damon Wayans, and he was a comedian. And he played a drill sergeant instructor that come from the Marine Corps, and he took over a military academy of just misfit kids. And so the first part of the movie has him dealing with the kids in his way of being a drill instructor, just absolutely brutal to the kids. And then at the end of the movie, he ends up being kind of like the dad, who grills out every day, and he's just nice and sweet and all this stuff. And somebody had made a meme about it, and it showed the picture of him as the drill instructor, and it said, "This is Dad when we were kids." And then they had a picture down below of the one where he was grilling burgers and had an apron on and smiling and nice and happy and everything. And said, "And this is Dad with the grandkids." And I thought it was funny because really it kind of proved that I had accomplished what I wanted to accomplish. And what was happening was my son was seeing both sides.
Yeah.
He was seeing balance. That's what he's seeing. Is he seeing Dad is a dad who is strong enough to put a stop to whatever he wants to put a stop to. And he will stop at no end to put a stop to it. But at the same time, he's soft and he's supportive and he's caring.
That's balance.
And that is balance. And there's all different kinds of categories of life that you have to find that balance. Relationships, they're all about balance.
Speaking of relationships, me and my girlfriend's 1 month anniversary was yesterday. It was on Sunday. So it was just about 55 minutes ago it ended. And we've had a very good relationship still with her. I'm actually hanging out with her tomorrow. She's coming over here. I've met her parents. She's met my everything is balanced. I'm very happy with what I am in right now. And,
if you're going to have success with her, or maybe some other girl or something, I'm telling you, it will come from balance.
Which I see myself with her. I don't see myself like wanting anybody else because she balances it out in the fact that she treats me the way that I should be treated, and I mean by like she cares about me. She texts me good morning, she tells me good night and stuff. She does everything that she's supposed to, and she does a really good job at it. And she supports me. She watches the streams and stuff that I do. And she's real supportive in that, and I don't think I've ever had anybody do that for me because not everyone can get on to a 3.5 hour long stream and hear two dudes talking about freaking God being raped and stuff, and then it spirals on to Bill Clinton's Pizzagate shooter or whatever. Not everyone can do that, but yeah, she's real amazing. I love her to death, and I wouldn't want to be with anybody else. But yeah, the reason I think that we work so well is that we have balance in our relationship. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not one sided. Like I'm not doing everything with her, she's not doing everything with me. And what I mean
Hmm.
by that is, it's not she gives me gifts and she gives me reassurance and I say, oh thanks, and I don't do anything. Like I do
Yeah.
that stuff back to her, and it's equal. You know, you got to be
Yeah.
balanced, and I
It,
think that's why we work so well.
yeah. It will not work.
Also,
You know.
she says ha. She just
Yeah.
told me.
Okay. Well, you can't have give and take is give and take. It's not give and give. If one of the people in the relationship is give and give and give and give and give, you know what's going to happen? It's not going to work. It's not going to work. It has to be balanced out. For every give, there has to be a take.
Yeah,
You
and
know.
she's heard me talk about you so much. Cause like I said, you know, you. If it wasn't for you, and I'm not saying this because like to freaking, as the internet puts it, glaze you or anything, but if it wasn't for you, I don't think I'd be the person that I am today. Cause I never had. Cause like I'm not saying, but my dad's not the type of person to sit down and like be like talk like be into conspiracy theories. You know, he's one of those. Well, why can't it just be the way that it is and stuff? You know, he doesn't look into the deeper meaning. But I mean, if it was for you and like telling me stuff about like relationships and freaking no to drugs and stuff, I probably wouldn't be the person I am today. And that's why I like wanted to keep in touch with you after school. I know a lot of kids with their favorite teachers or whatever, they go all school like you and don't even talk to them. You know, that's why I want to stay in touch with you. You know,
Mhm.
you really helped me out and stuff, and yeah, if it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't have started a podcast with anybody, and yeah, I'm sure there's other people that's gonna watch this and like maybe they'll get inspired by something you say, like I was, and then they'll go
Mhm.
and start something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's you know, like what I was talking about, balance, uh, give and take. Uh, I have been where you are. I have been a young man. I have been uh, I have been blessed to have been around some guys who really showed me how to really be a guy and to achieve that balance in life. And now my balance to that is I took, now I have to give.
Yeah,
And so, I think it's my responsibility as an older, more mature, stable kind of guy that I need to show some younger guys, just like I was, that, hey, this is the right way to go. This is the way that you can achieve happiness, you can achieve, you know, stability and peace in your life is by achieving this balance.
yeah, and
And I think really that is the way for it to happen. It doesn't come by having money, it doesn't come by having stuff and people and everything.
yeah,
I believe it comes by having balance.
yeah, and that's exactly right. Because if you don't have balance, you can't just have stuff one sided. Can't have too much
Mm.
anger, and then you can't be too nice. And that's the problem that I have. Because not that I'm too nice, it's I try to get along with everyone. Like I try to. I mean, that not that's a bad thing, but sometimes I'm like too nice, and then it throws people off. And then they'll start asking, "Well, hey, can you give me this?" Or "Hey, can you do this for me?" Thinking I'm gonna do it every time, and I have the problem saying, "Oh, fine," But
Yeah.
now, recently, just like in the past week, I've learned to just be like, I'm sorry, but like I can't. There has to be some kind of balance, and
Exactly. Because what will happen is, if you try to give, what ends up happening is you give and you give and you give. And then eventually you start thinking, whoa, man, this
well,
sucks.
yeah,
This sucks. I'm being taken advantage of. And then anger starts to grow. And
hmm
then it grows and then it grows and then it grows. And you let it grow until, boom, guess what? It explodes. Whereas you would have been better off to allow that anger when it was small to come out, and you say, no, 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 not this time.
Yeah, sorry, I can't. You know.
Yeah, nah, I'm not doing that this time. And then, the person walks away. They're a little bit disappointed,
But they'll
but
realize.
oh well, they'll get over it because it's small.
Yeah.
But if you wait till that builds up and then there's this huge explosion and there's a big fight breaks out, then that's when the damage is done.
No. Yeah.
And it's too late then to correct it because, chances are there's hard feelings that can't be fixed at that point.
It's
It
like.
would have been better to do it back when it was smaller, when it was easily balanced. It's hard to balance big things because it takes big things to balance big things. And you got to catch that stuff when it's small, you know. Uh, People will use you.
Oh, yeah. That is. Yeah, that's the big thing. People will use you.
But you have to bring it into balance. People. Uh, I never will forget. I just started at the school, and the current principal there, Miss Widener, she got me. She really liked me. She's the one who hired me, and we had to go through a federal review of the whole school,
Yeah.
of all of the stuff that we do. And she wanted me to be a part of this committee and that committee and this committee. And I went into her office one day and she said, by the way, can you be on such and such committee? And I said, nope, not going to do it.
You just walk out.
And, but she understood, that I will do this one. I will do that one,
But I won't
but
do
I'm
this
not
one.
going to do that one.
Or this. Yeah. Exactly.
She understood that there's balance. You know,
It's hard to
he,
find people like that.
he will do his part, but he's also going to force other people to do their part.
Hmm.
You know, and that's kind of the guy. You probably noticed that in class. I will, certain people and things like that. I'll work to a certain point, and then at a certain point, it's like,
Oh
cut it
yeah.
off right here. This is the way it's going to be. It will be this way, and it will be no other way,
This way or the
or
highway, bro.
I'm going to destroy the whole world. You know,
Yeah.
uh, I had a guy who pushed that in the second block in the second semester, and I blew up on that guy. Yeah,
I bet he didn't do it again, did he?
no, he seen a side of me that very few students have ever seen. He challenged me, and
You
he
won the
found out.
challenge.
Oh yeah, he found out that this guy is not your Huckleberry. You
Hmm.
know, uh, but immediately after, I was same old me. I treat you good, treat you with respect, and everything, and bring that balance.
That's why when if I ever ask you, hey, want to record today or do a podcast today, and you say no, I'm not gonna get pissed off about it. I know that there has to be balance. Like you said, I don't expect because there's some days I can't freaking do this every single day. I try
Mm-hmm.
to do at least one thing like video every day. I never get to it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, some people just don't like taking no for an answer. And
Yeah. But I give you a piece of advice. You got to have some balance in that too. It's like you've got 24 hours in the day, and right now you've got certain things that you want to fit into that day, and your girlfriend, she's going to require a certain part of that. You
yeah,
know,
she's the person I
she's
talk to the most.
yeah, she's got to be added into that. She has to get her fair share of that day. You know,
Which I'm lucky
your
enough.
workplace, your
Yeah.
workplace. Once you get out and you get a job and everything, your workplace is going to require a certain amount. And
Luckily for me, and this could just be luck or anything. this right here, I feel like I could actually make a job off of this. You know, if this podcast blows up, I have other things that I'm working on right now that make me a bunch of money. I don't have to leave the house. So that's, luckily for me, I can dedicate enough time to this and enough time to her as well, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of the day, you know, I want her to be happy and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Like, at the end of the day, this right here, this isn't something I have to do, you know? I don't feel like I have to do it. It's something that I like doing because it's fun for me. And I hopefully other people will enjoy watching it. But for her, I have to make sure that she's happy, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Like, I want to make sure that she's happy, you know, because that, I mean, why would I not want her to be happy? That's why I try to spend as much time with her as I can. Sometimes I don't get to. Like tonight, I was gonna go over there, but you know, something happened. Her mom wasn't home or anything, so I couldn't go over there. And you know that's fine and stuff. You know, I don't expect to go over there, her to come over here every single day. You know, but I do expect to hang out with her the most of any other person. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, the problem is, like, some people will try to substitute things, and they get relationships out of balance. For instance, sometimes a guy, if he's really good at making money, let's say you made it big and you was a big famous YouTuber, the temptation would be, well, I'm going to go ahead and make another video, and I'm going to give her another $1,000 and she can go shopping. Well, that kind of is okay for a little while, but eventually, even the $1,000 is not what she wants. She
want
wants
2,000.
you. Well, she wants you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Eventually, she wants what she really needs, which
Yeah.
is that balance.
Which is like for her anniversary yesterday, I got her some stuff. And I'll be honest with you, I am the worst gift giver of all time. Usually, when it's like someone in my family and my friends have a birthday, I just give them money because I don't know what to get them. For her, I got her something at a liquor store, and I won her 2 things at the arcade. These things weren't something gigantic. I spent over $100 at the arcade trying to win stuff that's all rigged. I ended up getting 2 of those plushies you can put on your bed and lay with.
Oh,
and I
man.
got hopefully she's not watching right now, but I got her some flowers I have to go pick up, and because she really likes those, and I got her a bunch of she likes node ropes, like that candy, the node ropes. I got her some candy and stuff too. Hopefully she likes them, because I'm not the best gift giver, because usually I just get money, but with her I can't just give her money and stuff. I actually want to get her something, And I tried, I tried. I mean, it's just the fact of the matter. I don't know how to give gifts. I don't know how to give gifts,
Well, and I would encourage you, make her something. If it's a card.
Oh, I made her a little letter.
Something like that, something that's personal. That you sit down, you wrote it with your hand, you drew it with your hand, whatever. It might seem corny, but to her, really what she's seeing is she's seeing that balance. She's seeing.
I wrote her a little something on a piece of paper and stuff. She can stick it and hang it up on the wall or something. Because it's talking about how I really feel about it. Because then again, you have to realize the biggest thing I'm afraid of is, see, I've never been in a relationship like this. The relationships I've been in, I've always either gotten cheated on, or they've left me for someone better than me, or what have you. Mm-hmm. And they never cared about me. But with this one, I actually feel like she cares about me a lot. And I've never been in a relationship like this, so I'm trying my absolute best, and apparently what I'm doing so far for a month has been working. It's been working really good. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, just treating her right and treating her how she deserves, because, I think she's more than just an object. She's a person that deserves love and care and attention and stuff, and I know she has feelings and stuff, so, I try to give her all that and more, so, it's just at the end of the day, I'm trying my hardest and stuff, and this is also a learning experience for me too, because I've never been I've never had to actually, I have, but I've never actually been cared for, so in a relationship, and that's not me saying poor pitiful me. That's just me stating the facts,
Yeah, it's a learning process.
Yeah, which and then it is a high school relationship, and I really want to be with her for a long time, Like you and your wife. How long have y'all been together, since high school?
Yeah.
I want to be just like that. I want to be in the fact that I want to be like with her. I want to marry her one day. I know that's too fast. You've only been for a month, but I'm not talking about tomorrow. I'm talking about at least 27, 28. And I want to be in a good financial situation to where I can pay for stuff. And I want to have like my own house. I want to have everything settled. Then we can get married. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that'd be a good idea. Get your education behind you.
Oh yeah, all that stuff would be first, and then marriage stuff, and then everything can be good. But yeah. So that's about all I have. But yeah, thanks for staying on with me till 1:15 in the morning, Mr. Blackburn. We've been streaming. We've been live for 4 hours and 19 minutes. And
I think it's a little longer than what YouTube normally likes for you to do, right?
For YouTube? No, they don't care. There's stuff on here that's hours and hours. This isn't the longest one I've done. I've done 2 that's been longer. I did one that was 4 hours and 43 minutes, and then I did one that was 6 hours and 37 minutes.
Yeah.
That one just because I had nothing to do this was months ago. I had nothing to do the next day. And, me and my friend at the time, Gavin, he's not here anymore. But, yeah, we just decided to just play and stuff for 6.5 hours, and that is actually probably my most viewed stream. So yeah, hopefully this one will get a lot of streams. We've had a lot of people in here. Not all of them asked any questions and stuff, but you know, we had a pretty decent crowd for a stream like this. You know, when we started it at what's tonight, Sunday night and stuff. Not many people watch. They usually watch on Friday and Saturday. But yeah, so hopefully this is the first time that we've ever done this. Hopefully the people like it, and I'm gonna put this thing on my community tab, which is where like on YouTube. I'm gonna put like questions, so the next time we do this, whenever, if people have questions they don't want to ask in chat, they can ask it in there. And if I get enough of them, I will print them off and I'll get them on here and we can answer them. Because
sounds good.
Right. So yeah, I'll just let's see, just yeah, whenever you want to do this next, it doesn't matter to me, you know.
Okay.
But yeah, thanks for being on here, and I had a lot of fun with this, and hopefully the people enjoyed watching. So yeah, we will catch you later, Mr. Blackburn.
Yeah.
Tell everybody goodbye.
All right. Be good. Bye bye.
Well, guys, I hope you guys, and you can't see me. Why can't you see me? Yeah, there we go. Guys, well, I just want to say for everyone that has been here, I know this is different from what I usually do. And I know it's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. I know I've talked for a long time, but I'd like to talk for a few more minutes if that's okay. The dude that you just saw me talk 4.5 hours with, for anybody that's watching this, he is my machine tech teacher. He was last year. He is the greatest person to ever live. No, but like he's one. To be honest with you, he's one hell of a man, dude. One hell of a man, dude. He kicks ass. I love him to death, dude. He helped me out so much, and hopefully for the people that's watching, maybe me and him can help you guys out too. For anybody that's watching this after. But yeah, I'm gonna get off stream because I have a very important thing to do. Yeah, so we're going to try to do another one of these, and hopefully it gets the same amount of good responses, and so yeah, the last thing I want to say, thank you guys for watching, and we will see you guys in the next one.